1188.
Ugh. Kitchen ants? Runaway roaches? A spider? A spider? A spider! Relax. Just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a less than ideal night at the ballpark for the Diamondbacks last night. They lost their second in a row to the Blue Jays yesterday, 8-1. Relievers Taylor Scott and Kevin Ginkel gave up a combined 6 runs in the loss, and the Diamondbacks will send Ryan Nelson to the mound today to avoid a sweep. First pitch from Toronto will be at 12:07, some afternoon baseball for you all, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mike Hazen, Diamondbacks general manager, was on Wolf and Luke yesterday, and he mentioned where the Snakes might look as the trade deadline gets closer.
You know, we're going to look at addressing our pitching for sure come deadline season because I think that's probably the area we're going to have to look at the hardest.
The Phoenix Mercury have now won 3 straight. They beat the Connecticut Sun 83-75 last night in a very balanced attack. With just a week away from the NBA draft, Kevin Durant is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. For more on both Durant and who the Suns might draft in a week time, head to Arizonasports.com. And Game 6 of the NBA Finals will be in Indiana tonight. The Thunder will look to win their first ever NBA title, and the Pacers will desperately attempt to force a Game 7. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, warehouse operations. Apply online at thewindowdepot.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work.
Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. We are almost there, almost to the end of another long week. We got a lot on tap today. Did you see Shedeur Sanders was caught speeding over 100 miles per hour in Ohio?
This is a fascinating story.
Oh, why?
Because there were 2 very prominent young athletes who were both cited for driving 101 miles per hour.
Uh-huh.
You're only hearing about one of them. Really? You don't know about the other one, do you?
No, I don't.
Zach Edey of the Memphis Grizzlies was cited for driving 101 miles per hour. There are a couple of outlets that have both of those stories on the front page, but most people don't know about the other one. It's just about
Why
Shedeur,
is that?
Because Shedeur Sanders
Is a lightning rod.
messed up.
Wow. What is the fastest you, I shouldn't ask driving Miss Daisy over here. What is the, sorry, Vinny. What is the fastest you've ever been caught speeding? Have you ever been clock speeding? Have you ever gotten a speeding ticket?
Twice.
Okay.
One of them, I mean, both of them are kind of BS, if
Really?
you ask me.
Really?
It's been like 30 years since I've had a speeding ticket.
Okay.
But the one I remember was when I was still in college.
Mm-hmm.
I was driving up to Flagstaff on a Sunday night, and you come down that hill in Verde Valley.
Oh yeah.
But I was driving a 1986 Chevette. Those things were incapable of speeding. I got pulled over for speeding on that.
And you don't think you were? You think the cop was kind of taking advantage of you?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Making an example of the hot rod guy.
Yeah. See, you're a very responsible driver, so I see that. I can see why that didn't happen to you. I think I told you the story once. Way back in the day, when I worked in Chicago, I was in Florida for spring training. I think I want to say, and they had a wild idea. Hey, Bick, we'd like you to go up to Orlando, go do an interview with Shaquille O'Neal, churn out a feature story on Shaquille O'Neal. I'm like, all right, cool, I'll do that. And I had rented like a Mustang convertible for my time in spring training, and I left and I realized I gotta make some time here. And it was like 6 o'clock in the morning. There was nobody on the expressway, so I'm going like 105
in the convertible Mustang.
Yeah,
mind you. Yeah.
And literally, there's nobody around me, and I'm thinking this is fine. I'm gonna get to Orlando on time. I looked up, and suddenly there was a state trooper right on my butt. I don't know where he came from. But he must have be coming at a super high rate of speed. That was a very expensive ticket.
That's the worst feeling when you know you're speeding, or you know you're going a good limit over the limit, and you're like, all right, fine. And then you look up and you see the cop.
Yeah.
And he's not even behind you yet, but you're driving
but
by
you know
him.
he's going to be behind
and then you slow down right after the cop, and that's the guilty sign of speeding.
See, this is where it gets weird for me, because I also, when driving around town, I can't stand being stuck behind people that are driving too slow, which there is so many of these days.
Oh, yeah.
People are in their own world.
Well, listen, because people get into their phones at stoplights, and then it's we need self-driving cars very, very badly.
Have you guys taken Waymos?
Yes.
I haven't yet. My daughter does it all the time.
They're so great.
I don't know if I'm there yet.
I love them.
If I wanted, it feels like you're being driven around town by somebody who's just learning how to drive.
Yeah,
like somebody with their permit. That's what it feels like.
It's
and
either
those things can't speed.
It's either that, or you get if you need to take an Uber, you get in a car with some stranger and you don't know how well they drive.
That is true too. I got into an Uber once. It was on my way to a holiday party here that Bonneville was throwing like years ago. Got into the Uber. And the Uber driver spent the entire trip telling me about all the accidents and tickets she had had.
Oh, my goodness.
And after a while, I just said, you realize you're driving me, right?
Right.
You're working on tips, right?
See, and the thing about Waymo is you don't have to deal with driver funk.
That's kind of cool.
Driver funk is bad. There was a time I got into an Uber in Britain, in London, and it was so bad I had to make the guy stop. His body odor was so bad. I got picked up by an Uber driver at Sky Harbor, and I literally had to hold my nose the whole way home. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. Right? You raise your kids, don't get into cars with strangers.
And now there's a whole industry.
Now there's a whole industry built on getting into cars with strangers. Start the show, Bailey.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Lifeless. That's a good way to describe the performance by the Diamondbacks in Toronto. An 8-1 loss to the Blue Jays at Rogers Center. The Toronto top of the order in Bo Bichette, Addison Barger, and Vladimir Guerrero. Murderers row. They combined to go 8 for 11 with 4 walks, 3 runs scored, 6 RBIs. The Arizona offense nowhere to be found, managing just 6 hits, 5 of which were singles. Toronto clinches the series, and now the D-backs find themselves trying to avoid a sweep today with Ryan Nelson on the mound in an afternoon game against Kevin Gossman. That game gets underway at 12:07 Arizona time. As always, you can hear the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 11:30. That was not a gut punch loss. Might have been the most discouraging loss of the year.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time kind of wrapping my brain around the emotions of watching this baseball team. We are still half season left. They're 3.5 games out of the wild card, but these losses, they just seem so ominous, and they seem so heavy. And yesterday they were beaten literally and physically. Corbin Carroll got plunked and screamed in pain.
Yeah, when Ryan Thompson got hit by the line drive, you're like, what else can happen?
Yeah, right. I know.
Corbin Carroll was hit by a pitch in the 8th inning of the game. And after a lengthy visit on the field with training staff and Torey Lovello, he stayed in the game. He would leave in the 9th. He had x-rays. They were negative. Lovello called the injury a hand contusion, and hopefully In Corbin Carroll's own words, it's a pain management type of situation. Wouldn't be surprised to see him out of the lineup today, though, would you?
Oh, not at all. In fact, I'd be surprised to see him in the lineup.
Huge news from the NBA, and no, not the trade of Kevin Durant from Phoenix. The Buss family has entered an agreement to sell the majority ownership of the Lakers to Mark Walter, the CEO of TWG Global and the owner of the Los Angeles Dodgers, for $10 billion. Walter has interest in multiple professional sports organizations, including the Dodgers, the Sparks, the Billie Jean Cup, Cadillac Formula One team, and the Professional Women's Hockey League. The Buss family has owned the Lakers since 1979, when Jerry Buss bought the team, the LA Kings, and the Forum from Jack Kent Cooke for $67.5 million. He got 2 franchises and a building for $67.5 million. Jeannie Buss will continue to serve as the team's governor. We'll have some reaction to that on today's show. Oklahoma City Thunder looking to wrap up the NBA Finals tonight in Game 6 in Indianapolis. Big storyline is the health and availability of Pacers star guard Tyrese Halliburton, who aggravated a calf strain in Monday night's Game 5 loss. He says he's a competitor, wants to play, will do everything in his power to play. Probably a game-time decision. Tonight game tips at 5:30 on ABC. Mercury won their 3rd straight, 83-75 over the Connecticut Sun at Mohegan Sun in Connecticut. Alyssa Thomas, 14 points, 11 assists in her return to Connecticut, where she spent the first 11 years of her WNBA career. Road trip continues for the Mercury Saturday in Chicago to take on Angel Reese in the Sky, a game that tips at 10 a.m. The WNBA did not hand out any suspensions stemming from Tuesday night's scuffle between the Indiana Fever and Connecticut in Indianapolis, during which Fever star guard Caitlin Clark poked in the eye and knocked to the ground, and Indiana's Sophie Cunningham committing a flagrant 2 foul against J.C. Sheldon in the final minute of the 17-point win. But Marina Mabry's technical foul for bumping Clark was upgraded to a flagrant 2. The NFL released its opening dates for the 32 league-wide training camps on Wednesday. Cardinals will open up camp Tuesday, July 22nd. Ravens signed 2-time Pro Bowl corner Jair Alexander to a 1-year contract worth $6 million and $2 million in incentives. He was released by the Packers last week. And the final 2 at the College World Series are set. Coastal Carolina is in. They crushed Louisville 11-3.
Oh.
The Chanticleers have now won 26 straight games. They will face LSU, who rallied for 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th to top Arkansas 6-5. Best of 3 championship series starts Saturday in Omaha. That is your splash for Thursday, June 19th. Isn't today a holiday? Why are we
Not
working?
for us.
Why are we working today?
Double time.
Coming up next, the Los Angeles Lakers sold for $10 billion. What does it all mean? A lot of people have thoughts on it. So do we. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
There's a 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Stallings strikes out. That's your ball game. Blue Jays, they just dominate the Diamondbacks by a final score of 8-1.
Can the D-backs salvage the series? Catch the finale live from Toronto at 11:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself, and I've been telling you I've got all this joint pain in my right elbow. I am going back to QC Kinetics next week. Can't wait to get treatment because I know what they can do for me. They've already helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. This is what QC Kinetics is giving people. They're transforming lives with regenerative medicine, helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. What they do is they harness your body's natural ability to heal yourself, and they use that to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And I am not kidding when I say it works like magic. Go ask Emmitt Smith, former NFL great. He raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him manage all his joint pain. Go make the summer of 2025 the time you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk and run and play and do the things you want to do. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at dbacks.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will Kevin Durant be traded in the next 24 hours? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
This is one of the biggest things that's happened in the NBA in terms of, shifts that we've seen in the last 15, 20 years. It was not a mystery that Mark Walter was probably going to be the next owner of the Lakers, because in his deal, he had the right of first refusal. It was just a matter of when the Buss family, if the Buss family ever decided to give up a majority position. And that has happened. And the timing is interesting. It's maybe not a total shock because the Celtics just reset the market. The Lakers are one of the biggest brands in the world. So the fact that it's $10 billion is not a surprise. Mark Walter is not a surprise.
Brian Windhorst on ESPN about the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers going down $10 billion. You heard that correctly. I mean, the Suns sold to Matt Ishbia for $4 billion, record at that time. Celtics just sold for $6 billion. That's where the big shocker is to me. We'll get into the other elements of all this. But if the Boston Celtics sold for $6 billion, the Lakers sell for almost double that.
Yeah, that's quite something, isn't it? Really is.
Mark Walter was a minority owner of the Lakers. He had a 21% share, I believe, in ownership. But now he gets majority ownership. The Buss family transfers majority ownership over to Mark Walter and his group. But they retain 15%, which is required to keep Jeannie Buss on board as the governor of the Los Angeles Lakers. So there's this seismic shift, and then the decision-making still comes down to Jeannie Buss, Rob Pelinka. I don't know what you make of that. It seems like
that. Yeah, how long is that going to last?
There's an agreement in for several years, is what I understand.
Okay. All right. Yeah, listen, I think you saw the same kind of model happen in Dallas for a bit with Mark Cuban with that sale.
Although he even had more of an ownership stake than the 15%. I think he was still at 27%.
Wow. It's interesting because Jerry Reinsdorf just sold the White Sox to Justin Ishbia, and that deal is fascinating as well because it's sort of like this slow takeover of the team. Justin's got to pour a lot of money into the White Sox right now.
Yeah.
But he ain't getting the team for quite some time.
It's almost like a layaway plan.
That's exactly what it's like. So you're talking about levels of wealth and numbers in terms of the purchase that are almost unfathomable, right? But you can see why people always want to buy sports franchises. There's nothing that appreciates in value quite like an NFL or an NBA franchise, and maybe even baseball to some degree. But if you're talking about soccer teams, basketball teams, football teams, they're worth their weight in gold.
Yeah, I mean, we're very, very dangerously close to just a small handful of people and entities owning everything. It's because nobody else is going to be able to afford
It's
one.
very, very alarming to me, and I don't even know why. It's so weird to me how many sports owners own multiple teams now.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to somebody say that you know there are owners who have baseball franchises and soccer teams and this and it can't be healthy.
No. I mean, but that's the way it's going to go again because the scarcity of resources for those
I know
who can actually operate these teams or purchase these teams. Here's Brian Windhorst with more details on how the Lakers will operate.
And we saw what Mark Walter and his partners did when they took over a major brand that was operated like a family company when they bought the Dodgers. Now, it's not apples to apples, Scott, because in baseball, there is no salary cap, and the increased spending changed the entire world for the Dodgers. But the Lakers operate with a small infrastructure. They do not operate like a lot of other teams. And I would only suspect that the modernization of the Lakers is about to come. And if I were another team, I would not think this is a great development. I think the Lakers are only going to get more dangerous as an organization with the more resources that are, theoretically here about to be poured into it.
Translation is the Lakers will still continue to be a dominant brand and a dominant franchise, but they'll do so now on their own merit instead of having the NBA bend over backwards to help them at every turn. That's the way I take it.
Yeah, no, I think what he's getting at is they can now use Mark Walters and that group's money to upgrade medical staff, scouting, training facility, however you want to dress it up. But I do think what he's saying is accurate because the success of the Dodgers under that group, even though you can't compare sports to one another, this is going to be, I think, a much more competent kind of approach to everything.
Yeah, I mean,
comprehensive.
That's the thing is the Buss family has been very visible,
very
central to all of it. Jerry Buss bought that team in 1979. If you watched Winning Time or if you read Jeff Pearlman's book, you know how tenuous things were. Like Jerry Buss held that thing together with duct tape and chicken wire. He didn't really even have the money to purchase those entities and made it happen. But since 1979, when they took over, no NBA franchise has won more titles than the Los Angeles Lakers. They've won 11 in that time span. Nobody else has won. I had the list here in front of me. Nobody else has won more than 6. The Bulls. Celtics have 5 in that span.
Wow.
So with Jeannie Buss still being the governor and the salary cap situation being what it is, yeah, you can upgrade everything. They're going to have palatial facilities. We know that. But they can't just pay people, players what they want to pay them.
No. But they never have any problem getting players in the first place.
No, that's exactly it.
Right. So I do think this will make them more dangerous. I think Jeannie Buss is just going to be a figurehead. You know what I mean? And the hood ornament for the franchise, the tie to the past, if you will, right? It's really, really fascinating. It's when you talk about the Lakers and their impact on the NBA, you reference a thing that very few people know, and that is the early days of Dr. Jerry Buss and the way he had to hustle to kind of get that thing and keep that thing and get it rolling. And you look at it now, and it's the cultural epicenter of basketball in terms of the glitz and the glamour.
Well, and it also speaks to where not only sports but the NBA has come. Like, they just sold their majority stake for $10 billion. And what they bought it, how much did they buy it for? You said $67 million.
Yeah.
Like, the NBA was not always this major, huge entity. Like, it was a problem for most owners of how are we going to make money? And now you've seen what it's turned into.
Well, when Jerry Buss got into NBA ownership, the future of the league was very much in peril.
Very much so.
And Magic Johnson and Larry Bird came in and basically saved the league. I was thinking about it yesterday and kind of comparing that to where the WNBA is right now.
Yeah.
You're starting to see an upward growth of the WNBA. I don't think they're handling it very well, but if Caitlin Clark didn't exist, where would the WNBA be?
Nowhere near where they are now.
If Larry Bird and Magic Johnson never existed, where would the NBA be right now?
I think it was Larry and Magic built the bridge for Michael, who became the Caitlin Clark. Because even during Magic's run, they had an NBA Finals on tape delay. You may not know that.
His
you do know
season,
that.
Yeah. One of the most heroic performances in NBA Finals history was Game 6 when Magic played center.
If you go back and read about how the NBA was perceived, there was some real cultural struggles. There was a rejection of the NBA because much of middle America thought it was too black. There are stories of what people used to call the New York Knickerbockers, and you can imagine what they called them. There was a real rough time when this team was really in the throes of racism.
Yeah.
And that's where Magic and Larry really kind of helped pull this league out of it.
And I thought the Celtic City documentary that Bill Simmons did.
Yeah.
That's on HBO.
That was fantastic.
In that time frame, really did a good job of illustrating what it was like. Had all kinds of great footage from that time too, with like fan actualities talking about what you just said. So yeah, Lakers, the rich get richer. That's what we're trying to say, right?
That's what we spent 15 minutes saying that. Don't they always, Vinny?
Yeah, we could have got out of there in 2 seconds. Don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded yet? Do so now, and you'll get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, news, and more. Coming up next, wasn't a gut punch loss, but a very discouraging performance by the Diamondbacks in Toronto. We'll tell you more about it in D-Backs Daily next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are the Suns doing any damage to their reputation as an organization by sending a star like Kevin Durant to a place he doesn't want to go? To prime the pump for the next star who comes to play for them. Would a potential star who wants to come to the Suns go, yeah, but man, they did Kevin Durant dirty a couple of years ago. He gave him a list of the places he wanted to go, and they sent him to Minnesota. They sent him to Toronto.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, maybe you've wondered about the name, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney. The Sweet nickname came from Petros Papadakis, our buddy, former USC fullback, now a Fox Sports analyst, because he could not believe a Bulldog attorney could be that nice outside of a courtroom, and the name just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his accident attorneys will be anything but nice, anything but sweet to your opposition, primarily the insurance companies you are going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Sweet James, here's what they will do for you. They'll help you get your car fixed. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They will treat you with compassion every step of the way. This is a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate, and their extensive trial experience gives them a great deal of leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. Get your free consultation by calling 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Light up the summer with two great shows. August 13th, Grammy winner Kev Mo brings that smooth Southern soul with special guest Sean Colvin. Then feel the fire with the fierce and fearless Samantha Fish September 13th. Two unforgettable nights, one legendary stage, the Celebrity Theater. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Feel the blues. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at americaroofingco.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a less than ideal night at the ballpark for the Snakes. They lost their second in a row to the Blue Jays yesterday, 8-1. Relievers Taylor Scott and Kevin Ginkel gave up a combined 6 runs in the loss, and the Diamondbacks will send Ryan Nelson to the mound today to avoid a sweep. First pitch from Toronto will be at 12:07, so some afternoon baseball for you, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 3 straight games. They beat the Connecticut Sun 83-75 last night in a very balanced attack. With just a week until the NBA draft, Kevin Durant is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. For more on both Durant and who the Suns might be drafting in a week's time, head to arizonasports.com. And Game 6 of the NBA Finals will be in Indy tonight. The Thunder look to win their first ever NBA championship, and the Pacers will desperately attempt to force a Game 7 with their star Tyrese Halliburton being a game-time decision. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
D-backs trying to bounce back from their latest gut punch loss Tuesday night when the Blue Jays walked them off with 2 homers in the 9th of a 5-4 series opening win. Eric Lauer would be on the mound for Toronto, making a spot start. The lefty would throw a 1-2-3 inning in the first. Bottom of the first, Eduardo Rodriguez facing leadoff hitter Bo Bichette. who homered in the ninth inning, one of those two homers to tie the game. Guess what he did on Wednesday night's second pitch of the game?
Swung on, that ball stung deep left center field, and that thing is on its way and gone. Boy, Tawa in center and Gurriel in left gave up on it pretty quick. That's the 10th of the season for Bichette. He's homered now in back-to-back, and the Blue Jays take a 1-0 lead.
Chris Garagiola on the call. 1-0 sinker got crushed 418 feet. Blue Jays very early lead. Later in the inning, Vlad Guerrero drew a one-out walk, but Rodriguez struck out Alejandro Kirk. And Jose Herrera threw out Guerrero trying to delay steal second base to end the inning. So a strike him out, throw him out double play gets the D-backs out of the inning. D-backs bats were dormant from the outset. Josh Naylor had a one-out single in the second that led to nothing. Ketel Marte drew a two-out walk in the third. Again, nothing. Toronto added to its lead in the bottom of the third inning. Tyler Heineman, the 9-hitter, led off with a single with one out. Addison Barger doubled to right. Runners on second and third. With first base open, Torey Lovullo opted to intentionally walk Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to load the bases. Remember that. Rodriguez struck out Kirk for out number 2, but still somehow couldn't get out of the inning.
It's a 2-0. That's going to be catcher's interference. Sounded like that swing clipped something, and it turned out to get a piece of the catcher's mitt of Herrera, and that's a costly mistake, as it allows a run to score.
Herrera's interference gives the Jays a 2-0 lead. Rodriguez fanned Ernie Clement to end the inning. D-backs had runners on first and second with one out in the fourth, but Randall Grichuk struck out. Geraldo Perdomo flied to right. Another 0. Rodriguez would load the bases in the fifth. He was pulled with 2 outs after striking out George Springer. Taylor Scott came in to face Clement, got him to fly out to left on the first pitch he threw. So not a lot happening, but the game's still within reach. The D-backs would get a leadoff triple from Corbin Carroll in the sixth. That would end Lauer's night. Yariel Rodriguez came in from the Toronto pen to face Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
And now swinging a ground ball to third. It is collected by Clement. His only play is to first. Carroll scores on the ground out, and the D-backs cut this deficit in half. It's now 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1 at that point. Lead would grow for Toronto in the sixth. Scott still on the mound for Arizona. Alan Roden reached on an infield single with one out. With 2 outs, Bichette singled off the wall and right, and Roden was held at third. That brought up Barger.
Barger swings, hits a high fly ball to deep right field. Carroll is back, and that's off the top of the right field wall. Roden scores. Bichette heading to third. He will be held there. It is an RBI double, and the Jays get that run back. It's now 3-1.
I stand corrected. That was the wall shot. 3-1 at that point. Runners on second and third. First base open for Guerrero. Again, Bick. What do you do?
Well, you do what you did the first time, right? Real smart strategy, right?
Walked him in the third, pitched to him in the sixth.
What?
The 2-2 now. Swung on, line to left center field, a base hit. And 2 runs are going to score. Guerrero hustling around first, digging for second, but throw not in time. It is a 2-run double, and the Blue Jays now lead it 5-1.
Yeah, pretty much the death blow.
Yeah, you talk all about analytics and how the game is governed. How do you justify that decision? We'll get into it.
We will. They got into it last night on the TV broadcast, too. Pretty much the death blow at that point, although Toronto would add 3 more runs in the seventh against Kevin Ginkel, who really can't get anybody out at this point. That made it 8-1. Oh, and to add the insult to injury, Corbin Carroll got hit by a pitch in the eighth by Toronto reliever Justin Brule. He'd stay in the game, eventually be removed in the ninth. 8-1 the final. Toronto clinches the series on what was a total bummer of a night for the Diamondbacks. Third straight loss. They've fallen back under 500. Pretty much erased all the good they did by winning the first 5 games of their 6-game homestand against Seattle and San Diego last week.
Mm-hmm.
Total bummer of a night. That's kind of the way I talk about it, and that's the way Torey Lovullo felt.
Yeah, these are frustrating times, right? We didn't come here to lose baseball games. We came here to win baseball games, have winning moments, and we need to be better at it. We need to play better. We need to pitch better, hit better, everything.
Yeah, nothing was really. I mean, I played an RBI ground out. That was the highlight for the Diamondbacks.
So again, this is another one of those nights, and I said there were some optics last night where the Diamondbacks were pummeled physically as well as on the scoreboard. But it was another one of those games where the offense just decided to take the night off. They have stranded 17 runners on base in the first 2 games of this series.
Well, ever since the big comeback on Saturday, they did nothing offensively Sunday, very little in the opener, and almost nothing last night.
Yep. And Kevin Ginkel was terrible again last night, and you wonder if he's ever going to get it back. Sammy's there shaking his head no, and I tend to agree with you.
Well, it's not like he's just, getting bad luck either. He's getting pounded.
Yeah.
He's getting rocked.
His ERA is over
rocked.
13 now.
Yeah. And so I don't know what happened to his stuff, or if it's location, or if it's velocity. I'm not sure what it is, but he is a shell of the pitcher he was last year.
Do you want to get into the decision in the sixth?
Sure, why not?
All right, so again, in the third inning, first base open, they can't get Vladimir Guerrero out. He's the Diamondbacks killer. Unfortunately, there's like 3 or 4 of them. We'll get into that in a second. But they walk him in the third. They still get the run on the catcher's interference. So in the sixth, it's a 2-run deficit at that point. They're down 3-1. They decide to pitch to him. This is the exchange between real-time exchange when Guerrero steps into the plate between Luis Gonzalez, who's doing color commentary, and Steve Berthium, the play-by-play man.
And now you deal with Vladdy again, Gonzo. They walked him with first base open last time and worked to Kirk.
You got to walk him here. I don't understand why they're not walking him.
That's what they did last time.
Well, I don't want to second guess, but I hope this works out. I mean,
First base is right there, vacant.
First base open with one of the best hitters in the game.
And Vladdy blasts it to center. Tawa won't get there. It's down for 2 runs. Guerrero digging for second. They pitched to Guerrero and he burned them.
Yeah, I really don't understand why that happened.
All right, so that was the real-time exchange, okay?
Right.
Then they come back after the change of the inning, so it's the top of the 7th, and here was more.
I tell you, I'm still sick to my stomach after that last half inning.
Well, it'll be a hot topic. There's always a reason why. Fans might not understand that at that time, but there's a reason why everything is done.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's just less apparent than others.
I think the fans would probably agree with me on this one, that with first base being open.
20/20 hindsight. Here's the pitch.
Wow. That's kind of a reversal from Steve there.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
listen,
I didn't understand the decision. They've had a hard time. I mean, Guerrero's been retired once in the series in the first 2 games. That's how much he's been on base. He's killed them in this series.
Yeah.
But was it immaterial? Was the Diamondbacks offense,
I guess.
Did that further demoralize them to the point where the bats shut down even more? Because they didn't do anything after that anyway.
Yeah, and so I don't know whether, Torey Lovello freaked out because of what happened previously when walking him led to a catcher's interference and a guy's on third base and he can just walk right home. I don't know. But it just seems to me that we've talked this year about there's been almost a player in every series on the opposing team that seems to be devouring the Diamondbacks. This is true of Vlad Guerrero Jr., but more to the point, he's also a great player.
Yeah.
I didn't understand it in real time.
The top of their order, Bichette, Barger, and Guerrero in this series so far, Bick. 15 for 25. 8 runs scored, 4 home runs, 11 runs batted in. Bichette's OPS in the 2 games is 1,700. Barger's is 1,822.
Wow.
And Guerrero's is 2,556.
Wow.
They can't get those guys out. Addison Barger apparently is an all-star.
At least against the Diamondbacks,
We'll have a lot more on the D-backs and their trip to Toronto. We'll also talk to Derek Hall today for his weekly visit at 7:45. Coming up next, can the Pacers stay alive in the NBA Finals with a marginalized Tyrese Halliburton or no Hallie at all? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke Middays 10 to 2.
The appealing part of it to me is the idea that you're going to trade him for 3 pieces. And let's say you get Jabari Smith in a first-round pick and Jalen Green, and then maybe you turn around and trade Jalen Green for 2 things or whatever. That's the appealing part of trading away Kevin Durant to me, is maybe you get 3 or 4 or 5 pieces that you can have as parts of your team for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Yes. And if you're talking about Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle, that seems to fit the idea that this is going to be a reload as opposed to a rebuild.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last season I was having dinner with Ted Chapman before a Suns game, and our waiter began raving about the car he had just purchased from the Chapman Automotive Group, how the service was incredible, how the price was way better than he expected, how happy his wife was with the overall experience. Super cool moment for me to witness, and proof of what I've been saying for years. Chapman BMW, a bit different in all the best ways. A family-owned, award-winning business since 1966 with a great reputation for making luxury attainable, meaning they're not as far out of reach as you might think, and a great reputation for elite service and handling. I've had a number of listeners reach back and thank me for pointing them towards Chapman BMW. One of them told me it actually took him longer to buy a new suit than it did a new BMW at Chapman BMW. So here's my advice. If you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Go to Chapman BMW. They've got 2 locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, and you also will get the hookup. Make sure you ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He assures every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. When will this Kevin Durant sweepstakes come to an end? Are we entering the final stretch? We'll discuss when the trade could be done on Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
He is going to be carefully evaluated over the next 36 hours and will likely be listed as questionable on the injury report. And probably will be a game-time decision for Game 6.
It's Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Pacers, appearing on 107.5, The Fan, yesterday in Indianapolis.
Sports talk for Indianapolis, 107.5, The Fan.
So that was what he said on the radio. He had his availability yesterday. What if Halliburton can't play? Here was Rick Carlisle.
Well, we have a plan should he be unable to play. We have a backup plan of a different starter in his place, and if that's the way it goes, then we'll do that, and it's a plan to win.
Tyrese Halliburton had press availability and was asked, are you going to play?
Well, I think it depends on who you ask. I mean, you're asking me, so I think I have to be as smart as I want to be. I have to understand the risks, ask the right questions, but I'm a competitor. I want to play. I'm going to do everything in my power to play, and that's just what it is. But, I mean, I think the answer to that is depending on who you ask.
All right, so if you're the Pacers, here's the decision you have to kind of reconcile. If Tyrese Halliburton, if doctors looked at that MRI and said, okay, you're not in danger of blowing out your Achilles. This is not structurally as weak as like what Kevin Durant faced. So you're free to go, young man. If you want to give it, a shortened kind of workload and just pick your spots. But here's the thing: I think the Pacers have to kind of examine. If you play Tyrese Halliburton tonight and he's dealing with a moderate injury, then it's almost a guarantee that he's going to feel the exact same way, maybe worse, going into a Game 7 in Oklahoma City if you win Game 6. Maybe the smarter thing for them is to try to win Game 6 and then give yourself a shot with maybe potentially a much healthier Tyrese Halliburton on Sunday. But what if you don't get there?
That's the issue. That's the question. And there's a lot of what do you make of all the coy answers from Carlisle and Halliburton?
Sounds like
par for the course.
Par for the course, but when you hear that kind of stuff, that's generally a signal that the guy is going to play.
Yes.
Generally,
just don't know how much.
Right, and
now they start McConnell and bring Halliburton off the bench. Do they limit Halliburton to a certain number of minutes in each quarter? I mean, there's a lot in the air. And I'll say this. We talked about it yesterday. The criticism that Tyrese Halliburton is getting is ridiculous because, again, I have a hard time faulting a player that wants to lay it on the line for his team in a championship setting.
I don't know what's happened to this basketball country. It's like everybody's insane now, Vinny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Can you imagine going back to 1969?
Yeah.
Willis Reed's walking through the tunnel. What is he doing? He's risking severe injury.
Get back in the locker room. You might hurt yourself.
Don't you dare inspire your team to win a championship.
It used to be really the sign of your character and your grit as an athlete, prevailing not only against your opponent, not only against the pressure of the moment, but when you are physically compromised. That used to be part of the great legacy and lore discussions of yesteryear, right? And now it's like this whole fixation on rest and not playing. It's just mind blowing to me.
But again, if the Pacers and Halliburton decide to make that decision, or the powers that be with the Pacers make that decision that he can't play, I believe Tyrese Halliburton when he says, "I'm going to do everything within my power to play this game." It might not be enough. And there are a lot of examples. You brought up the Kevin Durant example in Golden State. Tried to come back in the finals against Toronto. Ended up missing a year of his career because he blew out his Achilles. We'll also mention earlier in the week the Michael Jordan game. Like flu, whatever it was. He's not tapping out of that game. He had a legendary performance. So for every one of those, there's the Durant or the Boobie Miles from Friday Night Lights when he tried to come back and blew out his knee. Never played college football because of it. The question then becomes, can the Pacers beat Oklahoma City in one game without Tyrese Halliburton?
That's the question.
I think the answer is yes. They have to take much better care of the basketball. They can't let Oklahoma City, dictate themselves as they have in this series with deflections and forcing turnovers. The problem for Indiana is Tyrese Halliburton's your best ball handler and the guy that makes the offense go. Can you continue to have that level of offense with TJ McConnell in a bigger dose? I don't know. But that's the biggest thing to me is taking care of the basketball with or without Halliburton.
Yeah, I think they would have to have a great shooting night. If Halliburton doesn't play, or you know what, he's even if he gives them limited minutes, they're going to have everybody step up and have big games. Yeah. Pascal Siakam is to me, he is the most underrated player in the NBA. And I think that he can go off. He can carry a team offensively. But Benedict Mathurin, TJ McConnell, all these other dudes, Nesmith, Nembhard, they're all going to have to be fully engaged and on their games tonight for that to happen.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose. The one thing you do not want to do as a basketball team, and this is elementary, but it's worth saying, you don't want to watch another team celebrate a championship on your floor. That is like the worst feeling possible for a pro athlete. Yeah. Is that kind of scene. We dealt with this with the Dodgers when they partied in our pool, right? There's nothing worse than that.
That was the example. That was the epitome of bad.
Yeah. And so
not only are they celebrating,
right?
They're
urinating.
They're soiling
right.
the place.
That's exactly right. And to this day, I still don't know why Derek Hall didn't stage a Caddyshack scene and bring somebody in a hazmat suit out there and clean the pool and then pull out like a Baby Ruth just for a gag, just to act
Here
like
it
you're
is.
right. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. And to do it just to mock the Dodgers, as in, ew, you guys are gross. But that's what the Pacers don't want tonight. They don't want the Thunder dancing and celebrating and laughing and whooping and hollering. So and as we've said as well, this would be a good NBA Finals to end in a Game 7.
Look, and we just saw a game on Monday night where Halliburton was basically playing on one leg, was not affecting things offensively much, was giving it a go. Mm-hmm. It was a 2-point game with 8.5 minutes to go.
I know. That's the whole thing. The people ripping Tyrese Halliburton for continuing to play, do they not factor that in? That even though he did not score the basketball much, he helped them walk down that lead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That game tips off tonight at 5:30. We might have a new NBA champion at this time tomorrow morning. Coming up next, will Kevin Durant be a member of the Phoenix Suns at this time tomorrow morning? He still is now. We'll get into the latest rumblings on the KD trade front straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need no windows: warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them. And then there was my stark reminder, a spike in utility bills, like when I received a $666 electrical bill last summer, proof that my windows are shot. That's why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family owned and locally operated. In fact, they're coming out to my house today to measure my windows. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They're co-owned by former Utah great NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. You might remember him. And they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And they can do that because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, you will get a $2,500 discount. That's right, $2,500 off on a purchase of 10 or more windows. So do what I'm doing. Call now. Beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, baseball fans, don't miss your chance to meet star third baseman Eugenio Suarez live at Rip Valley Sports Cards on 2nd Street in Roosevelt in downtown Phoenix. Next Saturday, June 28th. Bring your favorite gear, grab a photo, and get an autograph from Gino himself. Spots are limited, so lock yours in today at ripvalley.com/Gino. That's RIPValley.com/Gino. Meet slugger Eugenio Suarez live in person and get an autograph. Saturday, June 28th at Rip Valley Sports Cards in downtown Phoenix. Don't miss it.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Baysonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a less than ideal night at the ballpark for the Diamondbacks. They lost their second in a row to the Blue Jays yesterday, 8-1 in relievers Taylor Scott and Kevin Ginkel gave up a combined 6 runs in the loss today. The Snakes will send Ryan Nelson to the mound to avoid a sweep today. First pitch from Toronto will be at 12:07, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-backs general manager Mike Hazen was on Wolf and Luke yesterday and mentioned where they will look as the trade deadline gets closer.
You know, we're going to look at addressing our pitching for sure come deadline season, because I think that's probably the area we're going to have to look at the hardest.
The Phoenix Mercury have now won 3 straight. They beat the Connecticut Sun 83-75 last night in a very balanced attack. Now with just 1 week until the NBA draft, Kevin Durant is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. For more on Durant and who the Suns might be drafting in a week time, head to ArizonaSports.com. And Game 6 of the NBA Finals will be in Indiana tonight. The Thunder are looking to win their first ever NBA championship with a win tonight, but the Pacers will desperately attempt to force a Game 7 with their star point guard Tyrese Halliburton being a game-time decision. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
The Rockets don't feel that they have to make a splashy move.
Yeah.
That they're not ruling out the possibility. And this was how they felt before the playoffs. It was how they felt. It was a competitive first-round series against the Warriors. The lack of a go-to guy was glaring in that. But they're not going to make a move just because, oh my gosh, we got to do something. We got to do something. They don't want to shorten that runway unless it's a significant. And again, getting back to how much it moves the needle, they have to move it significantly to shorten the runway. Now, they might not have to shorten the runway to pull off a KD deal if the market, especially if Minnesota bows out.
That's Tim McMahon on the Hoop Collective podcast. Rockets in the mix, Heat in the mix, Spurs in the mix, maybe. Minnesota in the mix, maybe. Toronto in the mix, maybe. It's just this process of being inundated with information and quote-unquote intelligence every day leading to nothing. It's quite something.
Yeah, and like you said, I think some people are tired of this because it's hard to wrap your brain around all of this. You kind of are looking for clarity, and there's a lot of posturing. There's a lot of negotiating. There's a lot of info coming from all corners of the internet. And sometimes you can lose the chain of logic in these situations. And to illustrate that point, I had a conversation with a journalist friend of mine in Minneapolis. And he told me something that I hadn't considered. And so let's talk about it right now.
Okay.
And there's the idea that Kevin Durant has made it clear he doesn't want to go to Minnesota, right? We've been talking about that for a couple of days and how it might prevent the Suns from getting what looks to be their best return. The Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo package, whatever it is. Rob Dillingham. Okay. The contention or the what I was told is it's very, very possible that Minnesota has not given KD's representation assurances that they will give him the money, that they will extend him at the max rate.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be what's going on right now. If Minnesota comes to that place and says, yes, we'll give you what you're looking for financially, everything might change dramatically. And when I started to argue about this, it was reminded to me that there was a point in time when Jimmy Butler said, I don't want to go to Golden State. I want to go to Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Until he was fine with going to Golden State.
You know why he was fine with going to Golden State?
Was it money?
They gave him a contract extension.
They gave him a contract extension. So, and then I mentioned the whole idea of Anthony Edwards and coming on saying, no, I'm good. I'm eating lemon pepper wings. I don't need to call KD. I was told maybe it's because KD to Minnesota is still very, 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 very much alive. Because you would think Anthony Edwards, if he tells Charles Barkley to bring your ass to Minnesota, why wouldn't you say it to KD?
It's a good question.
So maybe that's what we're talking about here. Because as it was pointed out to me, the report that Kevin Durant doesn't want to play in Minnesota, where would that come from? Would it come from the Suns? No, that would ruin the Suns' leverage. You wouldn't. If you're the Suns, you want as many perceived suitors for Kevin Durant as possible. Would it come from the Timberwolves? No, it's coming from KD's camp.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
They want a contract extension.
They want a contract extension.
Wherever they go, and the list is 3 teams.
Mm-hmm.
For 3 reasons. We talked about them. Contract extension being the most viable.
Mm-hmm.
This is his last chance to cash in. He's not going to sign another contract at age 40.
No.
We're convinced of that, correct?
Yes.
Weather seems to be a factor, and people have brought up...
Except he grew up in Washington, D.C. and played in Brooklyn. Now, I know the climate in the East is not the same as the climate in the Midwest. And I know Minnesota winters are harsher than it is in D.C. or Brooklyn, but it's not that different.
Well, and Durant's always been like on record and knowingly been this guy of I'll hoop anywhere. I just want to play ball. And so now I get he should have, he has the right to kind of be like, I'd like to go here, I'd like to do this, but that's never really kind of been him. He's like, I just want to play ball.
I don't know. I read a quote from him, and I don't remember where it was from or when it was from, but it was about being in a city where the temperature was 50 degrees and his face was freezing, he said. 50 degrees is not that cold.
No, it's not.
Here's Sam Amick from the Athletic NBA Daily podcast on Minnesota's stance and all of this.
It's up to Kevin, really, because Minnesota's not going to play ball until they get signaled that Kevin wants to play there.
And sign the extension.
Tim Conley, in particular, the GM, personality-wise, he's a culture lifter. He's a guy that wants people to want to be there. That is something that matters to him. And so if the messaging continues that Kevin would be, coming while dragging his feet, then the Wolves are not going to put much on the table.
Look, this is, let's face it, put it out there. This is a risk for any team that wants to go down this road. Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant. In a lot of ways, you know what you're getting, but we're also getting into the age territory where there's the element of the unknown. Bill Simmons on his podcast says Minnesota should look elsewhere. They don't need Kevin Durant. They need something else.
I don't think he needed help. I think he needed a point guard. That's what they need. I wouldn't, if I'm going to make trades, I'm not trading for Kevin Durant. I want to get somebody who can actually handle the ball and take pressure off Edwards and get fast breaks. Fox? Conley was in that OKC series. Conley looked like he was 50 years old. That was why they lost. They couldn't bring the ball up.
Conley's looked like he's 50 years old.
For about 5 years,
I like Mike Conley a lot.
I
think he's a great veteran presence, but at this point, I don't think he has much to offer a championship contending team.
Yeah, that's an interesting take because and Timberwolves fans, they already think they've got a miniature KD and Jaden McDaniels. He's clearly not the offensive player that KD is, but
much better defensively.
Yeah, right. So, so this will be curious because if it is just a money thing, this Minnesota thing could turn rather quickly. But I'm not sure that Minnesota wants to go max extension for KD. And I think that's really, if you're wondering what's governing KD's decision, that has to be at the very top. The last thing he wants to do is have to play for a new contract next year. That's the last thing he wants to do.
At this age, absolutely.
Yeah, right.
Well, and I don't get the heat that people are putting on him for wanting that either.
No.
Well, and with the Minnesota thing, if you're expecting something sooner rather than later with them, especially with the money aspect of it, it's not coming sooner rather than later because they have to deal with if they want to extend Julius Randle, if they want to sign Naz Reid, what they're going to do with Neil Alexander-Walker. They have a lot of decisions internally that they have to figure out before a big fish like Kevin Durant can come to town, if that's what they want to do and they want to pay him.
Listen, this is just something that was put in front of me from somebody in Minnesota. Their stance is they will wait for Kevin Durant if Kevin Durant wants to play for them. But I think the money thing might be a wall between the two. So
from a Suns standpoint, and if you're Brian Gregory, do you think conversations have been had of we need Kevin Durant's verbal confirmation that he wants to play for us to make the trade, or do you think the Suns can just trade him to Minnesota without
I think it can get to that point.
Okay.
And going back earlier in the week when Brian Windhorst said, look, the Suns might not find a trade that they find suitable. If it's between making Kevin Durant unhappy and trading him to Minnesota under the parameters that are on the table right now without the contract extension, or having Kevin Durant back next year on your roster, I don't think there's any decision to be made. You got to say, sorry, KD. Thanks for your time here. Enjoy Minnesota.
There's
no doubt.
The Mall
of America is beautiful.
Yeah. They've got a skyway, KD, that connects the buildings so you don't have to walk outside in the wintertime. It's true.
Coming up next, another bad loss for the Diamondbacks, who continue to refuse to show that they're more than a 500 team. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The hottest deals of the summer being offered right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler through Independence Day. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and yes, Earnhardt Ford's general manager, my friend John Nissen, and his entire team. They're rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford vehicle now below employee price. Like they're built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. The wildly popular 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands also available with great discounts, and you can buy it with confidence knowing Earnhardt will throw in a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers do end July 6th, 2025. So hurry in to Earnhardt Ford and get the deals that you've been looking for this summer. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or check them out online. Look at the inventory and complete your entire buying process with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. And that ain't no bull.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535. Or online at cbrothers.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, it's Luke. Which version of Eduardo Rodriguez did we see in Toronto last night? We'll be breaking down Game 2 of D-backs Blue Jays at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
There's a 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Stallings strikes out. That's your ball game. Blue Jays, they just dominate the Diamondbacks by a final score of 8-1.
Chris Garagiola, final call from Toronto last night. Blue Jays clinched the series. They'll go for the sweep today, 12:07 first pitch. And here we go again. Under 500 for the Arizona Diamondbacks pick. What was identified and really thought of as a pivotal road trip, a pivotal stretch of schedule. We talked about these 12 games, fully acknowledging that the Toronto 3 of this 12-game stretch was going to be the most difficult on paper, and certainly that has come to fruition for the Diamondbacks so far. But here we are, 36 and 37, 73 games into the season, so 89 games left, and there is no proof that the Arizona Diamondbacks are any more than what their record says it is.
I know, and it's very, very frustrating. And like I said, I had a hard time when the game ended yesterday, and it was such a beatdown, and the offense was impotent again. You have these feelings of dread, like it's just not going to happen for this team, and yet you realize there's still more than half the season left, and they're only 3.5 games out of the wild card standing. But the up and down nature, the extreme nature of some of the wins, and many of the losses, it's all adding up.
Absolutely.
And yesterday was another one of those days. I've heard from people who have said the same thing, that they think that all you need to know about this baseball team is what they did on Sunday against the Padres. After that dramatic comeback win on Saturday, it was almost as if, okay, cool, we won the series, we're good.
It seemed that way.
Because Sunday they were dead. Last night, offensively, they were listless.
Yeah, it wasn't just even the lack of pop or production.
Mm-hmm.
It was just kind of the approach. It was a lot of first pitch swinging against a guy, too, and Lauer was making a spot start. He pitched a great game. Credit to him.
Yeah.
I think the Diamondbacks made it easier for him to pitch a great game. And then on the pitching side of it, Luke's asking the question on the look ahead for the Wolf and Luke show today, which version of Eduardo Rodriguez showed up? What, 4 and 2/3?
Yeah, no,
high pitch count.
Yeah. Wasn't the best.
When your starters are going to put that much pressure on your relievers to get through games right now, that is a losing proposition for the Diamondbacks, because this bullpen is a shambles.
Yeah, listen, it's a shame because Eduardo Rodriguez, he's been nowhere near. There have been maybe 2 to 3 starts in 2 years with the guy where he's been at the level I remember him at.
Mm-hmm.
He's been a big disappointment.
Yeah, and look, we got to ask the Kevin Ginkel question, too.
Yeah,
I texted you during the game last night, and we had the discussions. When Martinez goes down, and now you're facing this situation with Puck, who, by the way, is meeting with Dr. Ella Trash today in Los Angeles. There might be more bad news on the horizon. Kevin Ginkel and Ryan Thompson, 2 trusted guys who have proven themselves in the past, need to get it done. And Kevin Ginkel looks like a completely different pitcher.
I don't know what happened to him. As somebody who became such a cult figure in town here during 2023, and Jarrett's ridiculous catchphrase for him is proof. I don't know. I still trust Ryan Thompson. I do. I still think he's a very good relief pitcher. I don't know what's happened to Kevin Ginkel.
Kevin Ginkel in his last 4 outings has gone 3 innings, 9 hits, 11 runs, 10 of them earned, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. That's an ERA of 30.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been a couple of occasions where he's been sent down to Reno to work on things, and they just have such a need at the bullpen position that I don't know if he worked on those things to a significant or substantial degree to get ready for Major League pitching.
That he wasn't recalled on merit. He was recalled out of desperation.
That they absolutely needed him because they don't have any. Because they've got an injury issue at Reno as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Hazen, the general manager, was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday here on Arizona Sports. We touched on this, the Shelby Miller performance in the 9th inning. He gives up the home runs, and people were asking, and I know you specifically, Bick, were asking, is he tipping his pitches? And this is the 4th different occasion with the 4th different pitcher where people have been asking that. And some people starting to look at the new pitching coach, Brian Kaplan. The guys asked Mike Hazen yesterday, staff is underperforming. How much of this falls on Brian Kaplan?
Yeah, it is a look. I get it. We're all accountable, right? We're all responsible for and all these questions can cut in both directions. Like there's the coaches, the manager, me. We're all accountable for the players we put on this team and how we get the most out of these players that we put on this team. He is a very good young coach. This is his first year. And he's doing a good job. And the results haven't been there just yet, but we're still working towards getting the right results. And it doesn't just always show up overnight. I think we're starting to watch Merrill's having one of the better years of his career. Zach Gallen's starting to round into form. Ryan Nelson's been really good. Before Corbin Burns got hurt, he was one of the top pitchers in all of baseball, vying for a Cy Young.
Look, he said it at the beginning. Everybody's accountable in a situation like this, but it comes down to the individual doing the jobs.
Yeah.
And that hasn't happened to a consistent degree with starting pitchers or relief pitchers this year.
Yeah, and it sounded to me like Mike Hazen was a little bit measured in his evaluation of Brian Kaplan.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing a good job.
I mean,
but again, this is a pitching coach, and pitching coaches can only do so much. Yeah, any coach on a baseball staff can only do so much. It's really the athlete and the execution.
I totally agree, and that's going back to when the discussions and the pitchforks were out, and they're still out for Torey Lovello, and people really have him out last night after the decision not to walk Guerrero in the sixth inning last night. But yeah, managers are more responsible for the night in, night out results because they're making the in-game decisions that can backfire more so than a pitching coach would. But it's all about, I mean, people will look at the culture that's being set or the top to bottom philosophies of the pitching coach. I don't think it's at a crisis level. I look more at the injuries than anything else. But the guys that are healthy have to be better. Kevin Ginkel's got to be better.
Well,
but I'm wondering
can you even use him?
I'm wondering if his opportunities are out at this point.
I don't know how you can, because there's a lot of angst now. I saw a lot of people on social media saying the Diamondbacks are not serious if they don't send Kevin Ginkel down immediately. I don't know what options they have because
what are you going to do?
I don't know.
You're going to get somebody else off of somebody else's waiver wire and plug them in there and hope to catch lightning in a bottle?
Wow. Yeah, it's a shame, man. This has just been there's just something off with this team, and I don't know how much of it is that internal fire, that day-to-day fire, but things do seem to point to that.
And then, there's the looming trade deadline coming up at the end of July, and Mike Hazen's been very forthright and honest on what he hopes the approach will be, and that is to be able to add at the deadline. Does this look like a team right now? Even 5-1 last week, and now we're looking at the dregs of what this series has shown about the Diamondbacks. Does this look like a team that's going to be aggressive at the trade deadline in terms of seeking help?
That's throwing good money after bad.
It is.
When you're seeing this, because if they lose and get swept, it's this up and down thing that you do not associate with playoff teams. And again, they're back under 500. And that was one thing I said that they needed to avoid. It's maddening.
It's almost near impossible to really judge and gauge what this baseball team really is other than just mediocre. And mediocre in a sense of they have really good games and they have really bad games. Like not very often do you see them just kind of put together from first inning to 9 inning mediocre game. It's either one end of the spectrum of they were bad tonight or they were good tonight. There's nowhere
kind of feels that way.
Last night was bad.
Last night was bad.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, Sammy will take us through the reboot, the big stories of this Thursday morning here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. There's a 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Stallings strikes out. That's your ball game. Blue Jays, they just dominate the Diamondbacks by a final score of 8-1.
Can the D-backs salvage the series? Catch the finale live from Toronto at 11:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. And if you've got a great credit score, if your credit score is 800 or better, congratulations. You should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. How is that fair to you? It's not. But fortunately, there is a better way. On a Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You're going to pay off your home in a matter of years. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer Loan client pays off their home. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you instant liquidity, gives you the power to pay down, pay off, borrow back whenever you want because you've earned it with that credit score. So many great things with the Life Changer Loan, especially if you do have the right financials. If you do have the right financials, I guarantee you love the results. Find out more by calling Life Changer Loan at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
NASCAR Prime is gearing up for the Tricky Triangle at Pocono.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
After 5 decades of racing tradition, it's clear that strategy is king at Pocono.
Finally, some separation between first, second, and third.
3 legendary turns, 3 unique approaches.
Wow, that's close.
Who will tame the triangle this year? Don't miss the Cup Series at Pocono, streaming Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat?
Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul.
That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a less than ideal night at the ballpark for the Diamondbacks last night. They lost their second in a row to the Blue Jays yesterday, 8-1, and relievers Taylor Scott and Kevin Ginkel gave up a combined 9 runs in the loss. The Diamondbacks will send Ryan Nelson to the mound to avoid a sweep today. First pitch from Toronto will be at 12:07. So some afternoon baseball for you guys, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen was on Wolf and Luke yesterday, and he was talking about where the Diamondbacks might look as the trade deadline gets closer.
You know, we're going to look at addressing our pitching for sure come deadline season because I think that's probably the area we're going to have to look at the hardest.
The Phoenix Mercury have now won 3 straight games. They beat the Connecticut Sun 83-75 last night in a very balanced attack. With just 1 week until the NBA draft, Kevin Durant is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. For more on Durant and who the Suns might be drafting in a week time, head to arizonasports.com. Game 6 of the NBA Finals will tip off in Indy tonight, and the Thunder will look to win their first ever NBA title, and the Pacers will desperately attempt to force a Game 7 with star point guard Tyrese Halliburton. A game-time decision tonight. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:32, and that means the rush hour reboot is upon us. We've got some stories to talk about, and at this point, are you more tired in the Kevin Durant ongoing sweepstakes, or are you just kind of ready for it to be done?
I'm not tired of it at all. I understand why people are, but I also understand the nature of what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I kind of understand it too, but the complexity of all of this when you have a superstar in the part of the career that Kevin Durant is in, plus the financial ramifications, second apron implications, all of those things, it's going to take time.
Yeah, the complexity of it all, I think, is what makes it kind of an ongoing thing.
But I just think there's also this feeling Suns fans in general want to move past last season, and a lot of them want to move past this last 2.5 years with Kevin Durant on the team, so they just want some sort of closure on it.
They kind of just want to rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
But it may take a little bit longer than some people are hoping for. Here's Brian Windhorst on his Hoop Collective podcast yesterday.
If you're Houston, who's shown some interest but hasn't been willing to, put together an offer that seems to compel Phoenix, I'm not increasing my offer at all. I'm sitting there going, because this is what happened with Toronto. Toronto, when they got Kawhi, they were just the last team standing.
Yeah.
And if I'm Houston or Miami, I'm like, okay, I'll sit here and wait with this when I'm holding it.
So will this Durant kind of sweepstakes kind of be about the last man standing? And by that I mean, will the Suns eventually maybe be pressured into taking an offer they don't love just to move on from Durant?
Maybe
that's possible.
That's worst case scenario. Like I mentioned earlier, if the holdup between Minnesota and Kevin Durant's camp is money and an extension, and if Minnesota hasn't been offering it or not to the level KD wants and then comes correct, maybe this thing gets resolved very quickly. But if Minnesota truly is not in the conversation, and if it's really that KD just wants no part of them regardless, then this thing might. That's the underwhelming. That's the forecast that a lot of people have kind of put on this thing.
Yeah, and if Minnesota does come to that conclusion, okay, we want him, we're this aggressive in our pursuit, we'll be willing to offer the contract extension. What does that do to the desperation level of all these other teams?
That's it.
Right.
So it's got to start there, and that could really benefit the Suns. We just don't know if the Timberwolves are going to blink at this point.
Yeah, it feels like the Timberwolves are kind of that moving block of if they decide, hey, we'll give you the money.
The fulcrum.
Fulcrum, right?
if we want to give them the money, Durant's like, okay, and then that could have a domino effect of Houston. But we shift to the Diamondbacks. They now dip a game below 500 again after another loss, and the road trip really couldn't have started much worse. ESPN updated their power rankings, and the D-backs are right where we thought they would be. 15th, right in the middle, right kind of how the season has felt it's gone. How hard do you think it is to gauge this team on a daily basis when it just seems we don't know what we're going to get night in and night out?
I think it's really difficult if you're optimistic. If you think that if you're convinced that this team is better than what it's shown over this first 73 games, did I say it was?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's really difficult. To me, this experience has just been a constant, periodic reminder of, kind of who we are. We'll have these stretches. We'll win 5 out of 6, but, a gut punch followed by just a non-competitive performance, basically. Mm-hmm. Curious to see what they throw out there today, because they could still salvage something and get some momentum going into the last 6 games of this road trip.
Yes.
But
They better respond today the way the Padres did Sunday. You know what I mean? You come out with that anger and that desperation, like, I can't believe we've lost 2 games to these yo-yos.
They need a great game from Ryan Nelson.
They need a great game from Ryan Nelson.
And it needs to start early. They need that top of the order for Toronto has been murderer's row. Get somebody out at the top of the order, set a tone.
It's, to me, the frustration is I look at even what they have left after all these injuries, and they should be better. It's not just expectations. It's not just that we want it badly. It's not just that we want to get back to that 2023 let's freaking party lane we were in. This team should be better. They're underperforming.
And it feels like this team has no party in it right now.
Yeah.
To use his words. Yeah, we'll see what Ryan Nelson, Kevin Gossman on the mound for the Blue Jays. Should be a good getaway game, hopefully, for the Snakes. Game 6 of the finals is tonight, and it should be a really good game. It's been a really good finals. There might not be a really good player on the floor for the Pacers.
He's not a star. He's not a superstar.
He's overrated.
Tyrese Halliburton needs to step up.
Yeah.
But he shouldn't play. How can he do both?
Right, exactly. Here was Pacers coach Rick Carlisle on if Halliburton can't play tonight.
Well, we have a plan should he be unable to play. We have a backup plan of a different starter in his place, and if that's the way it goes, then we'll do that, and it's a plan to win.
Listen, he didn't sound too excited about the fact if Tyrese Halliburton can't give him a run. Do you, A, expect him to be out there, and B, do you expect that to matter in the realm of, do you think the Thunder might just win it tonight?
I think he's going to play.
I think he's going to try it too.
I think he's built like that, and if he plays, I think the Pacers are going to find a way to win this game.
Wow.
Yeah. And then we'll get to a Game 7, and as I've said before, we always talk about Game 7 being the 2 greatest words in sports. That has got to be the most inaccurate statement. First of all, if you've got a team involved, Game 7 is the most excruciating thing you'll ever experience. And number 2, more recently and more often than not, these Game 7s have been boat races.
Absolutely.
One team gets ahead, rides the wave, the other team collapses and quits, and you're looking at a 30-point game.
Look, it's going to Game 7. The league's rigged. Does it every year.
It's rigged.
I'm not going to look anything up. I'm just going to say it as fact, and it's going to be a fact.
That's funny. All right, so you're willing to say Halliburton goes. We don't know what the impact is, but if he goes, they win. If he doesn't go, can they win? And that's what I'm wondering too. And Rick Carlisle's being very coy about we have a plan in place. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's just simply putting TJ McConnell in the starting lineup, or is it bumping Nembhard to the point to start still using McConnell as a reserve, or starting Mathurin or even Obi Toppin. And Obi Toppin's had some great moments in this series, so I'm wondering how he would negotiate.
The thing about Halliburton that I don't think that they can't replicate without him. He is not only a real pass first point guard, but he is so good at playing with pace, and that isn't just getting the ball up fast. He moves the ball. He of all the pass first point guards I've seen, he dribbles less, and I love that. He gets the ball and he moves it. Doesn't spend a lot of time idly dribbling.
Yeah.
0.5 basketball.
Yeah, 0.5 basketball. I think tonight.
I remember that.
I think tonight's a case in the Pacers rock early, Halliburton or not. Crowds bump in, they're hitting shots. And then the wave starts to crash.
Maybe.
And I think the Thunder are holding the Larry O'Brien trophy tonight. Last question. The Lakers just sold for $10 billion with a B dollars. If you had $10 billion, what franchise would you buy?
Ooh.
Or team?
Ooh. That's a good question.
I don't know if
you don't know if he'd buy a team.
I don't know. Yeah,
it's one of those. Would you buy a team that you love, like the Suns, the Diamondbacks, the Cardinals, have like that much more investment, or kind of go buy like a prime soccer team, kind of have like in and out investment? Or I'd buy the Knicks. I think that'd be so fun.
I think if I had $10 billion, I'd just be content to just throw a big pile of money on the bed and roll around naked in it every day.
Can we cut that?
I don't think my ego would necessarily enjoy being a sports owner.
Would you be a meddling owner if, say, you bought a team?
I'd be the worst.
See, that's the thing. I feel like, if I did have the money, I'd want to be involved. What can I say?
So, Sammy, how much money did you win in the golf poll? Should we not even be talking about this today?
It's out there now.
What'd you win, Sammy?
I won $400.
Yeah.
And
I ran into some people on the other side of the building yesterday, and they're like, I can't believe Sammy ran away with it.
There's nobody in the building, you included, that consumes more golf news and minutia than Sammy Sabolka.
That is true, but I'm close.
Yeah, so we'll see.
And we know that's all the sales staff does is talk about golf. I I'm
you, Sammy.
kidding. Thanks, Sammy. We're all rebooted. Coming up next, our weekly visit with the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, Derek Hall, joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns' corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The president.
On Now with Bickley and Murata.
Every Thursday, we get the opportunity to talk to the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, Derek Hall, about everything going on with the ball club, and that opportunity is now as Derek joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning.
Derek.
Good morning, guys. Is it just me, or does the show sound much better with Bailey at the helm rather than all-inclusive boy? Right?
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what, Derek.
You ain't never lied, Derek.
The board work has been so tight, hasn't it?
I bet. Yes, absolutely.
Just keeping it together back there. 73 games. Under 500 again after the loss last night, 89 to go. And Bick and I have spent a lot of the morning and a lot of the yesterday's show, too, talking just about the up and down nature of this team. Through all of it, with the highs of last week and where this team is now, just give us your take on the feel, the vibe around this ball club, Derek.
It's like a roller coaster. You know, we take 5 out of 6. We dropped that last one. We dropped the last 2, so we've lost our last 3. We've been saying it. It's so obvious we have to get on a consistent roll here, and it felt like we were about to. I know we're all excited about this road trip, and we still should be, but we've now put ourselves in a tough position where we have to avoid a sweep against one of the best pitchers in all of baseball this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when you look at internally, what do you think is holding this team back at times, Derek?
I think it's been a little bit of shell shock, at times. I think we expected coming out of the gates to have such a strong roster, and our roster is so much different than it was breaking camp, that I think it caught us quickly by surprise. And I think a lot of that had to do with the schedule, obviously the injuries, but other teams had tough schedules and big injuries to overcome as well. So you've got to put it behind you and just start playing the way you're capable of. But as you guys have said, too, and our fans have, the real head scratcher is coming off that big come-from-behind walk-off win on Saturday, and then it's just been empty. I mean, I do look at the first game in Toronto, and we certainly, had it going the way we wanted to, and those things will happen. You will get walked off, even though that was a game we believe we could have and should have won. We were 2 outs away from winning that game. But yesterday was inexcusable in my opinion, because we were really never into it past the 5th inning. It was a 2-1 game. Even that one run was we just weren't offensively there. I think we had 6 hits, which is not who we are. And so for us to have given up 6 earned runs in 2 innings of relief and taking us out of that game, you can't do that when you're trying to get back in a race, and you actually still are in a wild card race.
Derek Hall, president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest, as he is every Thursday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. It's impossible not to consider the injuries that this pitching staff has experienced to this point of the season, Derek. But how difficult is it? Because I know a lot of fans feel this way, like, whoa, what else can go wrong? Organizationally, how difficult is it to avoid that, it happened again, why us mentality, and shift that over to a next man up mentality?
Oh, it definitely happens, Vince, and that's a great question, and it's something that we talk about every day. Yeah, but yet it's not a woe's me. I mean, that's not the nature of our baseball operations staff. I mean, that leadership group every day is telling me they're looking for that next Ryan Thompson. We're looking to improve the pitching staff when teams are ready to make acquisitions and moves. It doesn't matter whether we are buyers or sellers or somewhere in between, like I've said in the past, whatever you call that. I don't know if it's sires or bellers, but we know we're going to have to add to the pitching staff, so that's not going to change. We can't feel sorry for ourselves. It is a numbers game for sure, and it is next man up. And like you guys were talking about, poor Kevin Ginkel, and we sent him down to try and fix a few things, and I don't even think we had time to do that, because we had to get him back up with even more injuries, and you've got back surgeries and second opinions and Tommy Johns, and it's like nothing I've ever seen before, but other teams have gone through it. So you just have to keep improving your team, and there are arms out there. So we'll continue to work hard, and it's talking to teams about making moves. It's watching moves that they've made to see if you could acquire players that are that have been DFA'd or waived, and we'll improve the roster. We know that. I've got confidence in our guys.
You talk about Game 1 against the Blue Jays and how it was all set up for Shelby Miller, and he got. Was from your viewpoint in reviewing this, was there any fear he was tipping pitches, and in a larger degree? Why don't you explain for our listeners just the cat and mouse game that goes on a baseball field when it comes to stealing signs and tipping pitches?
Oh, it's a big part of the game, always has been. And there's certain players, Vic, that are really good at it. I remember when we had Sean Green, he was like a student in the dugout, and he would watch. And I had him both in L.A. and in Arizona. And he could pick up the slightest tip of a pitcher. But it's happening every game, and there are some guys and some teams that are better than others. You think when someone gets hit that hard and they've been effective as they have all year, they saw something, but you never know. It could have just been an off night for Shelby. Like Torrey said, and I thought it was great. He's going to get the ball the next day if it's a safe situation, and he can go out there and go 1, 2, 3 like he really has all year. When guys get hit hard, though, as we've seen with a few of our guys, that's when you have to go back and look at the film too, or even ask some of your own players, are you seeing something, and then adjust it and make those adjustments. And we've seen that. We've seen improvements where guys that we did have question marks whether it was happening, we've made those adjustments. I would say, though, Vic, Toronto's a free swinging team. They're very aggressive. The first 3 have been killing us. I mean, if we could have intentionally walked all 3, we probably would have or could have last night or the last 2 nights. I mean, they are Newsy Lalonde couldn't help us right now in Canada the way that they're aggressive. and that's the third reference. And he is Canadian. But, I think our guys are making those adjustments. We're seeing improvements out of Brandon Pfaadt, and we've seen now that Zach is starting to look more like himself. But you guys said it, Ryan Thompson, we've got faith in him. There were adjustments made to Ryan. So if it's not tipping, it's just making sure we continue to get back to how they're the most effective. Kevin Ginkel's the one who, we've really got to focus on because we need him back to who he can and should be.
Yes.
All right, after our conversation last week, I've noticed the club has kind of increased the awareness campaign on HB 2704. Any updates? Does it seem to be working? Does it seem to be trending in the right direction?
I think so, Vic. I really do. And, our fans have really come forward. So have small business owners around the area, restaurants and some of the, smaller bars and clubs. They've been saying how important it is for this bill to pass, and I'm happy. I've heard from a lot of fans, which is why we stepped forward with a small group that was put together that Let's Keep Arizona, Major League, and I actually had a few fans that wrote me and, oh, hey, Derek, be careful. It looks like you're threatening, and it was in no way a threat. It's what they've called themselves, and we do need their help. And I've had so many, I'm not kidding, so many fans say, what can we do? And we've said, well, if you can do anything, reach out to your representative and your senator and let them know that this bill is important to you. So we've seen that. And I think the vote we've said all along it could be this week. I still think it could be. There's a lot of bills that may be voted on today in the Senate. So if we're one of those, knock on wood, it passes, and then we'll hopefully get it flipped over to the House quickly, and then to the governor for signing, and then it's clear sailing from there.
Oh, sounds good, and best of luck again with that, Derek. As always, appreciate the candor and the time and the insight. We'll talk to you next week.
You got it, guys. Always look forward to it.
Thanks, Derek.
Derek Hall, president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, who just pushed us over the top. We set a new sports radio record for 3 straight days of a Newsy Lalonde reference.
I can't believe he dropped that.
That hasn't been uttered on radio since 1919.
How funny.
It happened here.
How funny.
Thanks to Derek Hall for joining us. Coming up next, the second half of the Thursday show kicks off in a big way with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Happy birthday, America! And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about, oh yeah! We're talking 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basin Orleans. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a less than ideal night for the Diamondbacks in Toronto as they lost their second in a row to the Blue Jays yesterday, 8-1. Relievers Taylor Scott and Kevin Ginkel gave up a combined 6 runs in the loss, and the D-backs only added 6 hits of their own. And they'll send Ryan Nelson to the mound today to avoid a sweep. First pitch will be at 12:07, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury have won 3 straight games. They beat the Connecticut Sun 83-75 last night in a very balanced attack from the Mercury. With just a week until the NBA draft, Kevin Durant is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. For how much longer and for what team he might go to, head to ArizonaSports.com to find out. And Game 6 of the NBA Finals will be in Indy tonight. The Thunder will look to win their first NBA title, and the Pacers will desperately attempt to force a Game 7 with a potentially hobbled Tyrese Halliburton. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Kevin Durant's popularity peaked 11 years ago with an iconic MVP speech he dedicated to his mother. His game peaked a few years later with a pair of rings and sensational finals performances. And now the basketball world awaits his next stop and his final chapter in a Hall of Fame career. But understand this, there might not be a happy ending for KD, and the same applies to a generation of stars just like him. The guys who led the player empowerment era, the ones who switched teams and cities, chasing rings, looking to play with friends and coaches of their choosing, focusing solely on their individual desires. There is a price to pay for that unbearable lightness of being, and sadly, KD will likely not have that hometown city that claims him and adores him and cherishes him when it's all over. He will not have that city that reveres him for what he did for their fandom and that city's self-esteem. LeBron will deal with this as well on a different level. He'll always be the king of Akron, having delivered a title to Cleveland, but he's voluntarily left an organization 3 different times, and in LA, they revere Tupac and Kobe, not LeBron, because LeBron's connection to LA is superficial, not soulful, and Los Angelinos know it. Both LeBron and KD will surely take solace in their money and their place in the GOAT rankings, but those are just mythical titles and meaningless legacy talk, especially when an athlete has no real place to call home. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Is that like his contemporaries, LeBron and Steph, KD has not significantly slowed down. Plus, he's younger than both of them, 6 months younger than Curry, almost 4 years younger than James. So now I'm hearing there are teams like, say, the Knicks, who reportedly think they're better off without this guy? To quote Mark Twain again, get your facts first. Then you can distort them as you please.
That's Mike Greenberg from ESPN giving his thoughts. The thesis there. Kevin Durant has not slowed down. There are people that believe that. There are other people like George Sedano, who is also from ESPN. He was on with Burns and Gambo this week, who said this. Why will this not play?
Honestly, I know you said they're going to make their best deal, and look, they should. But they may be waiting a while, because I think that teams are pretty steadfast in believing that a 37-year-old player, when the season starts, even as great as him, is no longer the player he once was. He's probably more of like a top 20-ish player as opposed to a top 10 player.
And then in the middle of that, we heard sound from Tim Legler this week who said, yeah, Kevin Durant works in a good situation for him. And it needs the right infrastructure, which I think right now, if I had to pick a lane of those 3 lanes to pick, I'm picking that one. We know the guy can score. He's one of the best ever to do it. How much does he influence winning? Or how much does he influence the other way?
Yeah. Well, listen, I think that really is up for debate. I think relevant to what I tried to express in the blast, I in ways I feel bad for KD, because the athletes that stay in one place or stay in one place long enough or make it very, very clear that I am here to serve the city I'm playing for, I think the post-career rewards are very, very rich. And I think you're seeing guys like Larry Fitzgerald prove that right now. And KD's not going to have that. KD's not going to have that one city that goes, yep, that's our guy. Come home. We're going to love you forever.
It's true, because where he had the highest highs, I mean, you could argue individually the highest high was what you brought up in the Blast, winning that MVP. That speech was very memorable. People still quote it to this day.
Yeah, it was incredible.
And it's one of the things that he's known for. His highest team highs mixed with individuality were in Golden State. He's never going to go down, in my opinion, as one of the greatest Golden State Warriors of all time, even though he won 2 Finals MVPs. I wonder, too, to your original point about playing in the city, and there was a connection. And look, he played in a city, in Oklahoma City. They weren't located there when he was drafted. He was drafted to the Seattle Supersonics. If Seattle had never moved, would Kevin Durant have moved? I mean, it's
a great question.
It's very easy to say, or actually it's not easy at all, but had they never moved, that franchise trajectory remains the same, location aside. They're still with Russell Westbrook. They drafted Russell Westbrook right before they moved to Oklahoma City. They still get James Harden. They probably still go to the 2012 finals and probably still have that epic series with Golden State. All things remain the same. But at that point, you're that close to a championship in Seattle. Do you stay?
It's a great point.
Did he leave because it was Oklahoma City?
Had
to be part of it, right?
Listen, yeah, absolutely. And before I circle back to KD, what kind of spurred me along these lines is when you go to Los Angeles and you spend a little bit of time there, you see the shadow of Tupac and Kobe everywhere. There are murals, pop-up paint everywhere. Those two guys represent that city, not LeBron. So LeBron might want to say, hey, I'm the greatest of all time. I'm number one in history. He is not even number one to Lakers fans.
No.
In fact, you could put that on the poll right now. You could ask fans, who would you rank higher in the top 10 of the NBA rankings, Kobe and LeBron? Guarantee you Laker fans are going to vote for Kobe. Guarantee it. And it kind of spurred my thinking that LeBron is not all the moving around that LeBron does. There's going to be a price to be paid for that, and the same is true with KD. When KD came to Phoenix, my initial feeling was this is perfect for him. If he delivers a championship to us when we have never had one, and after that opening debut press conference / pep rally, I thought we can be that place for KD, and it didn't work.
No, I remember you saying it at the time. That represented the forever city for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, that's it. That's a good term. I wish I'd have used that in the Blast. He doesn't have a forever city.
Or, as BA used to call it, his forever home.
Yeah, right. And I think athletes, especially the guys in the player empowerment movement, when they thought, oh, no, this is about me, Jack. This is about me. I'm doing me and I chill.
Yeah, let's fast forward. This is interesting. Let's fast forward 20 years. And we saw it a lot in the playoffs, especially when the Knicks were still around. We're seeing it with the Pacers, too. A lot of former Pacers in the crowd. Reggie Miller sitting front row with his Dale Davis jersey on.
Yeah.
Or his Rick Smits jersey on. Do you see Kevin Durant going to an Oklahoma City Thunder finals game in 20 years?
I could.
Phoenix Suns finals game?
No.
I could.
Or being celebrated for it?
20
time
years?
heals all wounds.
Yeah.
And I think the Oklahoma City wounds might be healed.
I don't think those ever will, to be honest with you.
What about
I don't know.
The trajectory we're on and that Seattle gets their team back in the Sonics. Durant going to a Sonics game in 25 years. People will be like,
but he didn't have enough time in Seattle.
That's true.
But that wasn't his fault.
No.
That wasn't his fault. It's just there is a price to be paid for the way modern day athletes have sort of cobbled together their careers based on what they want to do. I think it's going to affect James Harden, Paul George, there's any number of these guys that it's going to affect, and they won't know it until they retire. And the ones that do stick with the struggle and devote themselves to a fan base, they're the ones who get that rich reward at the end of it all. So it's a shame it couldn't have been here, because this would have been a great, great forever home for Kevin Durant.
And it also won't come into play either, because it's not like baseball where you pick a team to be displayed on your plaque at Cooperstown.
Exactly.
You don't have to do that for Springfield.
Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if you had to? What would he pick? You'd have to pick Golden State, but Golden State, that whole thing is shrouded in controversy. There's a lot of people who look at his time in Golden State and go, ew, yuck.
Yeah.
Joining the team that you can't beat?
Think about the alternative. What if he never went to Golden State? And he didn't have 2 rings, and he didn't have 2 finals MVPs, and still did all the moving around.
Yeah.
That's a fun, another 15 minutes eventually. Forever home athletes in Arizona.
Yeah.
There's less than we think.
There's not many of them.
I know.
No, there's not many of them, but the ones we have are very, very special to us.
No doubt.
Shane Doan and Larry Fitzgerald.
Even though there's a good group of people, a good amount of people that think both of them messed up by not leaving when they had an opportunity to.
Yeah, that's funny.
Coming up next, it is only June, but there is Heisman buzz brewing in Tempe, Arizona. We'll tell you more about it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
There's a 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Tallis strikes out. That's your ball game. Blue Jays, they just dominate the Diamondbacks by a final score of 8-1.
Can the D-backs salvage the series? Catch the finale live from Toronto at 11:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know all about game changers and how important game changers are on the court, on the diamond, on the baseball field, and what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing is no different. They are changing the game for people with dental issues for people who are looking for that new smile and that better life. So if you've got missing or loose teeth, if you're wearing dentures that don't really fit, if you're struggling to eat, if you're ashamed to smile or take pictures because you don't like your smile, go check out New Life Dental Implant Center and what they can do for you, because they can restore your ability to chew, speak, and smile again. They're changing the game because they offer amazing quality. Everything is 100% digital, which means your implants and your new teeth are going to turn out perfect. Great convenience, everything done in one location, from lab work to surgery to follow-ups, and the best prices you are going to find, up to 40% less than competitors. They also have easy financing options available because they want their implants to be available to everybody, even people of limited means, limited to no insurance. Call, see what they can do for you. 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Let me show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. I'll even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. Call me today, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Basinonians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Should we worry about the Suns' Kevin Durant trade pursuit a week out from the draft? Diamondbacks have a really bad night in Toronto, but at least Corbin Carroll's X-ray is negative. And D-backs GM Mike Hazen says pitching staff will be the main focus at the trade deadline. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
I'm not a betting man. I'm never going to bet. It's just not my thing. It's too hard to make money to give it away. Here's what I'll say. To me, by far, the best odds on the board, to me, is Sam Levitt. Like, give me Sam Levitt. Like, I think it's plus 2,500, right? Like, I'm not putting him below 3 as best quarterbacks in college football. So you play the most important position. I think they're going to be in the college football playoff hunt. They're going to be a highly ranked team for the season. They're going to put up silly numbers. He's going to run it. He's going to throw it. Like, I think that's really, really good odds, man. Like, he didn't stay healthy a year ago, and it cost him some with a setback and missing some time. But, like, that to me stood out as odds. Give me that right now.
That's David Pollack, former ESPN college football analyst, on his See Ball, Get Ball podcast, talking about how much he loves the Heisman odds for Sam Levitt. So I saw this, I heard it, I absorbed it, and I started thinking historically, this has got to represent ASU's biggest preseason Heisman hopeful ever.
Yes. No doubt about it.
Jake Plummer finished in the top 3 in Heisman voting. He was not a Heisman candidate when the 96 season started. Last season, Cam Skattebo made ASU fans excited. Nobody outside of Tempe, Arizona knew anything about Cam Skattebo.
Right.
He was not a Heisman candidate.
And he ended up with 3 Heisman votes. Gee, I wonder who voted for him.
You mentioned, we were kind of tossing this around off the air yesterday. You mentioned there was a little bit of buzz about Mike Bercovici.
Yeah.
A little bit. It got extinguished very quickly.
Yes, it did.
That first game against Texas A&M kind of squelched a lot of that. And
Yep.
It never really recovered. I can't go back as far as Danny White or Woody Green or any of those guys in the 70s. This is really the first time since I've been following this team there's a legit Heisman candidate in maroon and gold.
There was a whisper of Heisman candidacy around Mike Bercovici before the season you talked about, but Mike Bercovici, even though he's a great dude and I've got a lot of respect for him, not the player that Sam Levitt is. And I was a big fan of Andrew Walter. I'm not sure I've ever been more excited about a season at ASU than this one upcoming, mostly because of that kid. Largely because of Kenny Dillingham and the staff and the vibe and Activate the Valley and everything they've done. But this quarterback piece, to me, is the most intriguing bit of it all. And give me a second here and I'll explain. You may remember back in the day, I made an impassioned plea to ASU to kind of rebrand everything they do around becoming QBU, right? Penn State is linebacker U. Ohio State is wide receiver U. Back in the day, I said, hire Kurt Warner and grow a brand that we're going to feature the best quarterbacks in the nation. They're going to come here. They're going to spin the football. They're going to play in great weather on a beautiful field. And that is how you create and market a great ASU football program. Sam Levitt would be the guy that would sort of trigger something like that. Because if you go back to the game against Texas, when that team was getting overwhelmed, just swamped by Texas at the beginning, Sam Levitt was keeping that team alive.
He was.
With those scrambles, and you could see that moment was not too big for that quarterback. that experience, that kid's talent, that kid's mentality, man, it's you hate to attach expectations to any team in Arizona. We've learned that the hard way, but super excited about watching this happen.
Kenny Dillingham yesterday, they released an interview he did with Reese Davis and Pete Thamel from ESPN, and Kenny Dillingham is also a coach whose profile continues to grow. He's a breath of fresh air in the coaching ranks. People hear him talk, and it just sounds different than other coaches. But a lot of their discussions centered around Sam Levitt returning as a quarterback. And here was Kenny Dillingham talking about his belief in his QB.
At the moment we played Kansas, and we had to go down and score, and we went down and scored, and then they went down and scored with under 4 minutes left. And he gets in the huddle. You know, he's a redshirt freshman, and he gets in the huddle, game like 5 or 6, and says, "We're going to score to win this game." That is what a quarterback is. That is what the best guys do. They give a sense of belief to everybody around them that as long as this dude has the ball, we're going to win the football game. And does it always work out like that? No. But the power of belief, and when those guys believed in that, and we went down the field, won the football game.
Yeah, and that was kind of a turning point of the season. And it was a very tight win over the Jayhawks, but kind of put them on the path that they stayed on for the rest of the season. Here's more from Kenny Dillingham on the competitor level of Sam Levitt.
Oh, he's a competitor. He makes plays that we don't call the play for. I think any time that your quarterback makes you look good, all right, you got a chance. So not only can he make plays when we don't call a good call, when somebody gets beat, he extends the plays, right? He can make the rhythm play too. He can make the play in rhythm. He can go and scramble like the end of the Texas game, even though we didn't get it done on a huge 3rd and 15 in overtime. He goes and scrambles. It's reminiscent of Jake Plummer.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, Doug Haller from The Athletic, I had a piece on Sam Levitt too. It was really, really well done. Doug does great work. But he talked about the chip on Sam Levitt's shoulder and how he's always had it. And one of his former teammates described it. It's as big as the Eiffel Tower, but it serves him to the point where Sam Levitt has a whiteboard that he keeps up, and he has the names of all the quarterbacks around the country that are considered better than him, and it's a shrinking list. I mean, that guy he just burns so hot. And he also talked about too, and it came up in the David Pollock soundbite. Pollock said, hey, he got hurt. He missed time. He missed one game. He played most of that Utah game marginalized after the rib injury. Missed the next game against Cincinnati. You saw what happened. The offense shut down. They lost that game. He came back. But in that article, Sam Levitt talked about how that injury was actually kind of a blessing to him because to what Kenny Dillingham was talking about, the extension of plays, after that rib injury, Sam Levitt changed how he extended plays. He looked to throw more than pass. And if you look at his passing numbers after that injury down the stretch, the numbers between he and Jordan Tyson, who's coming back as well, by the way, went through the roof. Wow. So it kind of was an eye-opener and a light bulb went on like, oh, okay, I can still extend plays, but I don't have to, lower my shoulder and be the quarterback that's doling out punishment, or in that case, taking punishment.
That's a great take.
I could punish you in a different way.
That's a great take because Kyler Murray, in a way, is trying to effort to do the same thing this coming season.
Yeah.
Is to extend the plays the way he can, but then punish the defense not by running, but by making throws to wide open receivers down the field. That's very interesting. There was also great stuff in that Kenny Dillingham interview as we talked about the near debacle of the clock management game.
Well, which one? Kenny brings up the point that twice last year, and people forget about the Texas State game, that Thursday night game they played. It was on ESPN. The end of that game was not even televised. They were in the locker room and came out because they added a second after a video review.
Yeah, that's right.
On 2 different occasions, time was added to ASU. And Kenny Dillingham tells a great story at the Big 12 meetings that Rich Rodriguez, who's back at West Virginia, was like, Kenny, they're just messing with you. That's never happened to any of us. And it happened twice in one season, including the crazy scene. And it's still, look,
the PTSD that came from that.
Kenny
watching that
learned
game.
a lot from that. He talked about it with us last year when he came up for his weekly segment. But He went into even further detail on this interview, saying that at some point he was acting like a jerk and complaining just because he was stalling. Because they had players who could not find their helmets to defend
insane.
that last
Can
play.
you imagine that?
And can you imagine if BYU would have converted that Hail Mary, which was very close to being converted?
Oh my goodness. I don't know when I have ever felt more angsty watching the end of a game than that one. And I'm sure it was the same for you.
Oh, there was a lot going on that day.
Oh my goodness.
Coming up next, D-backs trying to pull out of a tailspin in Toronto. The overall feeling about the team as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline. We'll tell you what the general manager of the team had to say about it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't remember a season where it's been almost so clear cut, right? Like what you just said, it's either going to happen or it isn't. But ultimately, it's going to come down to, is Kyler Murray going to play well in the second half of the season or not?
It is time for the Arizona Cardinals to go out in year 3 of this rebuild and use all of the talent, all of the acquisitions, whether it was through the draft and some of the free agents you have picked up. So now it's time to go out and win more games. To me, it starts with 10. I think that's the floor for this team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Parker & Sons is fabulous in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night and they were at my house by 8 a.m. that morning. I was equally impressed and extremely grateful. But they're also great for preventative measures you should consider. The Captura Air Scrubber, which greatly improves the air quality inside your home. A reverse osmosis system and water softener from Parker & Sons that can improve the quality and the taste of your drinking water, and like getting your air conditioning system tuned up before it's too late. In fact, the first time I ever called Parker & Sons was because I woke up in the middle of the summer and realized, wow, it's 85 degrees in the house and the AC isn't turning on. It's that time in Arizona, folks. We're in the middle of a stretch of 70 consecutive days of triple-digit temperatures, and you don't want that feeling of waking up to a broken air conditioning system. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons will prolong the life of your system. It will help you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, and it will give you that peace of mind that nightmare will not happen to you. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card, allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See Printable.com.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was not a very fun night for the Diamondbacks at the ballpark last night. They lost their second in a row to the Blue Jays yesterday, 8-1. Relievers Taylor Scott and Kevin Ginkel gave up a combined 6 runs in the loss. The Diamondbacks will send Ryan Nelson to the mound today to avoid a sweep. First pitch from Toronto will be at 12:07, so some afternoon baseball for you all, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. With just 1 week until the NBA draft, Kevin Durant right now is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. For more on both Durant and who the Suns might be drafting in a week time, head to arizonasports.com. And Game 6 of the NBA Finals will be in Indy tonight. The Thunder and SGA will look to win their first NBA title, and the Pacers will desperately attempt to force a Game 7, with star point guard Tyrese Halliburton being a game-time decision. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
We'll check in on the wild card standings following the Diamondbacks' 3-game series against the Blue Jays. The Burns and Gambo Show, 2-6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I feel like this team is playing better baseball. I felt like we played a good baseball game last night. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not walking away from what happened, from a final and from an outcome standpoint. I do think over 162 games, and I feel like we talked about this earlier in the season, like, your ability to have as many wins as you can have at the end of the season is, in a lot of ways, contingent on how you play every single night. And as the brand of baseball gets better, you're going to have better outcomes. And what happened last night was unfortunate. They did a good job. They hit a couple home runs off. Shelby's been incredible for us, and it happens. Every reliever gives up runs. There's no perfect bullpen. You saw that while we were here on this homestand. We beat some bullpens.
Mike Hazen, general manager of the Diamondbacks, joining Wolf and Luke yesterday, and by no fault of his own. That soundbite did not age well.
Yeah,
because
no doubt.
That was coming off of the 5-4 loss. You mentioned the Shelby Miller home runs in the 9th inning. Feel like you're playing better baseball. It was easy to feel that way, even after that game. But then last night happened, where the Diamondbacks didn't make it through customs, apparently.
Oh.
Because that was not a good baseball game.
Yeah. No, it was not. And again, I think I go back to that incredible comeback Saturday night, which was just an awesome spectacle to behold. And I really thought, that's it. That's the moment I'm talking about. That's the magic that's coming out of a team that has a World Series appearance in their DNA, that has got that band of brothers, to quote Ken Kendrick, kind of approach to the game. And then ever since, and I guess the first game in Toronto is a little bit different because they were playing real clean until the very end. But that Sunday game and yesterday's game, it's just the offense. There are just times when they just don't grind and they just don't fire.
They've scored 6 runs in the last 3 games.
Yeah, and again, the runners in scoring position, it's been an issue all season long, and it's been an issue in these 2 games. I think they're 3 for 18 with runners on base in this series. Yeah, it's not good.
We've been kind of given this mantle of the Diamondbacks offense. The Diamondbacks offense, it's great, but I've said it before. It seems like it's in spurts, and it's not when you need it most. And for a good offense, those are 2 things you don't want to hear about.
Yeah, devastating in spots, but spotty in spots.
Yeah,
too. And I think for them to reach their ultimate goal, That needs to change. It needs to be more consistent and honestly more productive. And Sammy hit on this yesterday too. With this bullpen in the shape that it's in right now, you have to rely on the offense.
Yeah.
But, we're getting closer to the trade deadline. What do you do with the trade deadline? There is so much baseball to be played between now and the end of July. That is going to determine what Mike Hazen wants to do at the deadline. The necessity or the desperation at the bullpen spots, does that make you want to make a trade now? Mike Hazen was asked that by Wolf and Luke yesterday too, but it's very difficult, as he illustrates here.
Right now, I said this in the past, like the competitive landscape in baseball is probably as good, if not better, than it's ever been. If you look across both the American and National League, look at the teams that are out of it. It's not a lot. And so maybe that results in more teams that are sort of in the middle buying and selling to create some supply on the market. I don't know. But right now there's only a couple teams that you would think might sell. And if we're down to that few teams, there's not going to be a ton out there for everyone to go after with all those teams that would be looking to buy.
That's true. And people's, Rafael Devers got traded. That was an outlier. No, that was a weird situation for a player of his quality to be traded when he was. There were other factors involved, and maybe financial factors, as you laid out there earlier too, with the ownership group of the Boston Red Sox. So wouldn't expect anything big right now. The challenge for the Diamondbacks right now, we talked about it with Derek Hall. It starts with guys like Ryan Thompson, and it starts with guys like Kevin Ginkel, who, man, they've really got to be scratching their heads about what's going on with Kevin Ginkel, because he has been not only solid but dominant.
I know.
In the past.
I know.
And he just looks like a shell of himself.
Yeah, he does, and he's a guy that pitched on fire so well that you can't do that. You can't be that guy if you don't have the results. So, because he was one of those touchstones of the 2023 team. When you talk about the personality of the team, he was one of the main guys who had that outward fire. Remember that team? That team was known for Torey Lovello's "Let's freaking party" speech. As a listener pointed out to me this morning, the current team is known for "Let's flush it and move on." There's been a lot of flushing.
Less inspirational, isn't it?
Much less inspirational. So listen, and it's no secret to anybody that a demoralizing bullpen can take down a baseball team, and we've heard anecdotal evidence of that already this year. Todd Walsh telling us of the time when Geraldo Perdomo's telling Torey Lovello, "Don't go down there, Skip. Come on, don't go down there. Don't do that to us." Right? And so you put it together. I just struggle with this team because they have the pieces they need still. Now, maybe not the bullpen, but this team is badly underperforming. And I don't know why that is.
Or the flip side of that is, and you were the first one to point this out, okay, with the injury to Burns and the injury to Martinez and the injury to Puck, you're basically, in a lot of ways, down to what you had in 2023. Yeah. Did that team overachieve? Did that team overperform? I think there's an argument to be made for both.
Yeah,
that maybe what we're seeing right now is closer to the reality of what we should have gotten in 2023.
That's possible. It's possible. And yet they still have a lot of time to get this done, but who's got the confidence that it's going to happen because of this up-down nature of this team? And there's the level of expectations, and everybody the highs with this baseball team are tremendous. When Geraldo Perdomo scored that game-winning run on Saturday night, it was electric.
It was. But, and you said it, is that the moment that clicks? Are we holding out too much hope that any turnaround has to begin with a moment? Can't it just begin with more competent play?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody wants the convenience of the moment to say, oh, that's when it started.
Yeah.
When Geraldo Perdomo hit that triple and then scored on the great slide, beating the tag from Diaz, that's when it started. But maybe it just needs to be more buttoned up from top to bottom.
Yeah, that's very, very possible. I do think just the competitive fire of this baseball team, it's too often lacking. And when they have the right approach offensively and their mind's in the right place, they look like a really good team. Look like a really dangerous team. And again, you take a look at the Diamondbacks and you look at their offensive metrics. If you never watched this team play, you'd think they were a juggernaut. And in fact, the dudes who did the national game on Saturday, that's exactly how they painted the Diamondbacks. But when you watch them on a day-to-day basis, it's in, then it's out, then it's up, then it's down, then it's left, then it's right.
And I think that plagues most teams. I mean, look what the Yankees are going through right now. The Yankees got shut out 3 days in a row. They've scored 7 runs in their last 7 games. I mean, that doesn't happen historically to the New York Yankees, especially when you have Aaron Judge in the lineup. So it does happen. Last one from Mike Hayes and from Wolf and Luke yesterday on that thought, okay, pitching is not there. It's got to get better, but in the meantime, can you rely on your offense to win a lot of games?
I mean, I feel like we can do it. I don't think it's a great way to go out into a baseball game every single night. I think it's a lot to ask for the offense to do. I also think you have to close games when the offense gives you 4 to 5 runs to win the games. And everybody knows that. That's the way baseball runs. Baseball is built around pitching and defense. We have a good group of guys that we need to come together. Going back to the question about the trade deadline, I think our best bullpen is going to come with the solidification of the group that we have pitching better, honestly. And they have pitched better. And we've gotten some new guys up here that have done really well. And if they continue on that trajectory, we're going to be in a good spot.
Yeah, big start today for Ryan Nelson. Would love to see him go more than 4 innings and kind of ease that burden on the bullpen today. But it's on the offense
And
too.
again, at some point in time, we're going to have to circle back to the manager, because after last night, there's a lot of people angry at him again, and you wonder if the up-down nature is going to eventually put him back on that hot seat. Yeah. We thought he had gotten out of that. Who knows?
Yep. Hey, app users, update your Arizona Sports app now for the latest upgrades to your streaming, videos, podcast, and news experience. Coming up next, the KD saga continues, and everybody's got thoughts on it, including us. We'll give them to you next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Suns must do what's best for them, because this is the kind of deal where you do it right and you give yourself a chance to make this not so painful. If you do this wrong, and it is going to hurt. This is going to hurt for years. It might hurt for years no matter what. They might not have a choice on how bad this is going to hurt, but if you do this right, you can shorten the hurt. I think the Suns, for now, have to worry about this is the biggest franchise-altering trade they're going to make in a long time.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Arizona sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. Like, I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
They owe KD absolutely nothing. Warriors, you can make an argument. He helped them win 2 championships. What did KD do for the Phoenix franchise? I don't understand. Well, what did he do? He has left no legacy there to speak of. They've had, Kevin Johnson left a bigger legacy. Tom Chambers, Paul Westphal, Dennis Johnson, Booker. They've left bigger legacies in Phoenix than KD does. So the idea now, you want to tell me contractually KD won't go somewhere, so you're in a tricky spot? You can argue that. That's not the question, though. The question is, does Phoenix owe this is not Ray Bork leaving the Bruins, let's get him to Colorado so he can win a Stanley Cup championship. He's done nothing in Phoenix in the big picture. They haven't won. They didn't even make the playoffs this year.
That's Mad Dog Russo on First Take
yesterday. That's who that was? I couldn't tell.
Yeah. He kind of went dueling Gambos there.
A little bit. Kevin Johnson,
Here's
Tom
the question
Chambers.
for this segment. Did Kevin Durant leave a bigger legacy with the Suns than Dennis Johnson? I'm joking. Dennis Johnson's legacy was that he was involved in one of the worst trades ever out of town.
Right.
Look, we've had this discussion, too, on who owes whom, if anybody.
Mm-hmm.
There has been a spirit, at least a reported spirit of cooperation in all of this. Does it turn into a situation where the Suns do all they can to appease Kevin Durant and get the best offer possible? Or do those things never come together and the Suns have to say, sorry, KD, this is where you're going. We have to do what's best for us. The Minnesota Timberwolves appear to be the linchpin in all of this because of their, at least current, unwillingness to extend a contract extension to Kevin Durant. I think that would change the tune, and I think that would absolutely pave the way for those two teams to get together on what could be a pretty palatable deal for the Suns, all things considered.
Yeah, no, listen, it's if you added Rudy Gobert and you added Dante DiVincenzo, and if you added a third piece, maybe you get lucky, maybe you draft the right guy, maybe all of a sudden you have the chemistry we have so badly lacked the last couple of years. And I don't discount, with all due respect to Kevin Durant, I do not discount the addition by subtraction possibility next year. Because you know how important vibage is to basketball teams. And the teams have got to be connected, and they've got to play for one another if they're going to play defense at that level you want them to. And during KD's time in here, this team hasn't played defense together at the way you need to at this level. So there's the possibility of that. And as I discussed earlier, there is the thought that Minnesota is waiting to see if they can get KD without having to pay him max extension money.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're basically viewing KD right now as an acquisition they would make, roll the dice, try to win a championship next year, and then deal with
move
it. Or
move on. Or move on.
Free up $54 million.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And that's the one situation KD wants to avoid at all costs. People have looked for commonalities in between where you're going to go. People have said, well, he cares about state income tax because the teams on his list don't have state income tax. Well, he was willing to play for the Knicks, and New York, you're going to get taxed more than anywhere.
Is there anywhere more taxing on planet Earth than New York City?
Well, that's what I'm saying, right?
In more ways than one.
So it can't be state income tax if he was willing to play for the Knicks. It can't be weather if he, grew up in D.C. and played in Brooklyn. It might be weather.
It could be.
So to me, this is interesting. I don't know if I don't know if Miami is still lurking as a potential thing. If you can get Khalil Ware out of there.
I mean, everything you hear out of Miami is that they're completely unwilling to trade him. It's like, what are we even talking about then? You can't trade for Kevin Durant without giving up anything.
Without giving out anything.
No thanks.
You're not trading.
Duncan Robinson doesn't really move the meter.
No, if they're insisting on keeping Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero and Khalil Ware, it's what are you possibly getting from them?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
The ghost of Udonis Haslem.
Oh, can we get a case of that Heat culture in return?
We'll
can you ship it over, like drive it in a U-Haul from South Beach to Phoenix?
For real. Goodness. It feels like what we're talking about in the Durant thing. It boils down to him where he's going to be getting the extension.
Yeah. I think that's...
And there's nothing... We've seen that before with stars. The most recent case, Jimmy Butler. And we talked about it a little bit, and I didn't want to go to Golden State. I want to go to Phoenix.
Yep.
I want to go to Phoenix. And the Suns are trying to pull it off, the Heat not budging, and then all of a sudden Golden State's like, all right, we'll offer you the extension. Then all of a sudden Jimmy Butler is playing next to Steph Curry.
Happy as a clam in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's Brian Windhorst yesterday from the Hoop Collective podcast on Houston's role in all of this.
If you're Houston, who's shown some interest but hasn't been willing to, put together an offer that seems to compel Phoenix, I'm not increasing my offer at all. I'm sitting there going, because this is what happened with Toronto. Toronto, when they got Kawhi, they were just the last team standing.
Yeah.
And if I'm Houston or Miami, I'm like, okay, I'll sit here and wait with this when I'm holding it.
Yeah, I still think if Minnesota does come around, it's, you know what? Let's just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's throw caution to the wind. This franchise has never won a championship. We've been as close as we've been the last 2 years. Let's put our faith in KD, over the next 2 years, being able to push us over the top. And that opens up a floodgate of possibilities for the Suns.
Yeah.
But until that happens, I think we're going to be having similar discussions. And it might not happen.
Yeah, it's interesting if Minnesota's like, all right, Durant, you win, we'll pay you the money. You can come here, play next to Ant. You guys can be the tandem that Ant's wanted all along. We talked a little bit about it, but if that happens, then Houston has to do something. They can't just keep the same offer that the Suns have declined. And that's unless they really don't care about getting him.
And then what happens if Houston doesn't increase an offer? They end up going back to the regular season and the playoffs next year with that same cast of characters. Have they cured their ills? Do they have that guy that they were looking for that obviously stood out what was lacking in their playoff loss?
Right.
A guy that they could lean on down the stretch. It wasn't Jalen Green.
No. Off-season short-term memory loss for teams is very, very evident.
Yeah.
Not to say I'm not sitting here saying Durant can be the savior for Houston, but when you watched them all last year, you go in the fourth quarter, push come to shove, it's a lot of Fred VanVleet step backs.
Oh, their clutch time minutes were a disaster. That's what's holding Houston back, and that is why, to me, Houston's alleged indifference towards KD, I think it's got to be a bluff. It has to be. When that guy would fit that need in that team so brilliantly, it would seem to me that there's a lot of people just banking on the fact that they think the Suns' new regime are idiots.
Yeah. But isn't it funny, too, that the change of thinking, even a little shift in thinking, and our thought 2.5 years ago was, Kevin Durant says he wants to play for the Phoenix Suns? Absolutely, you go down that road.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it takes. That's not the case anymore. Because Kevin Durant, he hasn't identified one team. He's identified 3, and none of those teams have stepped up and said, oh, whatever it takes.
It is crazy that in just 2 years, that notion can change, because when Durant came to Phoenix, we're like, we're getting a top 10 basketball player. You Booker, Durant, Paul, figure it out from there.
Yeah.
Now teams are like,
He's
we
a
have to
top
give
20.
up Reed Shepherd?
A guy we didn't even play last year.
Yeah, right.
Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Do not be surprised if you see a Turf Monsters vehicle rolling through your neighborhood, and that is because Turf Monsters is everywhere, from Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City. In fact, they just opened up a second office in Prescott to serve northern Arizona. Turf Monsters landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the valley since 2018, and they can do a whole bunch of things for you. They can build you out the backyard of your dreams, no matter what you're looking for. Graded fire pits, barbecue pits, patios, pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling green lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. If you're a golfer, they can build you a customized putting green that will blow your mind. In fact, they built the putting course at Dobson Ranch. Go to their website, check out some of the samples of their work. While you're there, check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews. Gives you a real clear indication about a company that believes in professionalism, staying on time, and your happiness with the finished product. TurfMonstersAZ.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you gotta call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was not an ideal night at the ballpark for the Snakes last night. They lost their second in a row to the Blue Jays 8-1, and the relievers Taylor Scott and Kevin Ginkel gave up a combined 6 runs in the loss, and the Diamondbacks will send Ryan Nelson to the mound today to avoid a series sweep. First pitch from Toronto will be at 12:07. Some afternoon baseball for you all, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mike Hazen, Diamondbacks general manager, was on Wolf and Luke yesterday talking about the trade deadline as it gets closer, what moves they'll look to make.
You know, we're going to look at addressing our pitching for sure come deadline season because I think that's probably the area we're going to have to look at the hardest.
The Phoenix Mercury beat the Connecticut Sun last night, 83-75, their third straight win in a very balanced attack. And now with just a week until the NBA draft, Kevin Durant is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. For more on both Durant and who the Suns might be drafting in a week time, head to ArizonaSports.com. In Game 6 of the NBA Finals in Indiana tonight, the Thunder look to close it out and win their first NBA title, and the Pacers desperately will attempt to force a Game 7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Ave, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realtor.
Yeah, time for some social studies. Before we hand it over to Sammy, though, there is a roster update for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Gabby Moreno hasn't played in a while. He's not going to play for a while. On the injured list.
Oh, great. They're down to one catcher. Excellent.
No, they selected Aramis Garcia from AAA Reno to be the backup catcher. So we're going to see a lot of Jose Herrera. And Moreno's injured list stay is retroactive to June 16th. So he could only be gone 7 days if things go well. But, man, that's another frustrating injury. That's taken a long time for a determination on it. So Garcia up, Moreno on the 10-day injured list.
Interesting, no ADC coming up, right? Or is he still injured? I saw him playing.
He's back, but I think they want to see a little bit more from him at the AAA level.
Understandable. But, 9 o'clock hour social studies is here. We're on X at Bickley_Marotta. If you'd like to chime in every day to our questions, Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook, at Bickley and Marotta, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. And we'll start social studies with some Diamondback questions. And I asked our followers, how would you explain this Diamondbacks team or season to someone who's never watched them?
I would say,
kind of loaded.
I would say, do you remember when you were a kid and you were on a teeter-totter, how fun it was on the way up and how hard it would be on the way down, especially if your backside hit the ground real hard? That's the Diamondbacks.
I would describe it as, think of your neighborhood sports bar, where sometimes it's the best thing you've ever experienced, and other times you vow you'll never go back.
Sounds like you might have personal experience with that.
But because of convenience, they gotcha.
They're on every day. There's some good ones. Carlos said, it's like getting back together with the girl that repeatedly hurt you. You know it's going to end. You know how it's going to end, but you just can't quit. Nacho Problem says, a not so fun roller coaster, kind of like those old wooden ones. Drew Halpy said,
by the way, Jason Benetti used that phrase on Fox on the game when the D-backs came back against the Padres. He took it a step further. He called their season a wooden roller coaster, which is so much more descriptive, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see. Drew Halpy put it in actual baseball terms. He said a top 5 offense, average pitching staff, dumpster fire bullpen, all that leading to one of the most frustrating seasons in recent memory.
Yep.
He's not wrong. And then Scott Robar just said it's like marriage, from blissful to miserable with no warning. It's coming until death do you part.
I like George's answer, too. I would recommend that they read some Greek mythology, specifically the story of Sisyphus.
Oh, rolling the boulder up the
to roll
mountain,
a rock all the way up a hill over and over again just to watch it roll back down.
Yeah.
Yep. All right,
our
next question is specific to the Phoenix Suns, and given the KD trade package rumors, kind of the ones that we know of, what package would you most be interested in getting back, and why? I said the Rockets return, the T-Wolves trade, the Spurs send back, or the Raptors replacements.
Ooh, I like the alliteration.
That was well done.
Well done. That's a tough one.
The results are pretty interesting, I gotta say.
Unlike, we played the sound from Gambo, who said he hated the Toronto deal. I don't hate the Toronto deal.
No.
I don't hate the projected Rockets deal. I really don't hate any of them, but I'd probably still, if you want to stay competitive, probably the T-Wolves deal.
That's where I'm at. That's exactly where I'm at.
Yeah, and that's where voters kind of went with the 41% voted the T-Wolves trade, 30% the Rockets return, 15 on the Raptors, and 12 on the Spurs. And you bring up the point of voting on if you want to be competitive or not. The T-Wolves would make you most competitive next year. Ideally, the Rockets one would make you the most competitive in a couple years, or Toronto. Daryl Lee says, I'm starting my own rumor, KD to Indiana. With this trade, Kevin Durant would lead the league in scoring guaranteed, and Phoenix would instantly become one of the most talked about teams in sports when Caitlin Clark debuts as the first female to play in the NBA. A win-win.
Wouldn't that be great if Caitlin Clark says, W, I'm sick of you and your bullying. I'm going to go play in the NBA. I'm going to go play in Italy.
Would
the Fever make that trade right now, though?
If they could get Durant, Caitlin Clark's probably selling more tickets. All right, our last question. We were talking about Waymos this morning, kind of Ubers, transportation, this, that, and the other. So I left it pretty open-ended. I just said, tell us your craziest transportation or travel story.
What do you got? You probably got more experience to draw from. Do you have one at the ready?
But I'd have I have a hard time. I have so many of them. I'm got brain fog trying to whittle down to what my craziest is.
I've got one.
All right, good.
I was flying to the Virgin Islands to broadcast ASU women's basketball games. There was a Thanksgiving tournament that they were in, and I didn't fly with the team, so I had to fly to Dallas to Miami. And then from Miami to the Virgin Islands. It's a long day.
Yeah.
There's that many stops involved. It's pretty taxing. The flight from Miami to the Virgin Islands is on just the smallest plane I've ever been on. I don't do well on those.
Yeah.
There was a storm.
Uh-huh.
We were getting blown all over the place. I am nauseous. I'm sweating. Convinced I'm going to die. We make it. Fine. Then get in the shuttle van to go to the hotel. And I was unaware that the Virgin Islands, they drive on the other side of the road.
Oh, man.
So we're going down the road, and there's headlights coming, and I'm like, this is a head-on collision coming. And then the car passed us on the wrong side, and I was like, oh, okay, fine.
What a day.
Yeah, I did a lot of white knuckling that day.
I could be here for the next hour telling you travel stories. So let's go to our listeners.
Yeah, we've got some decent ones. Justin Prestegard said, Spring 01, he worked on-air promotions for a pop station in Hartford. He had to drive a boy band, O-Town, the O-Town boy band, in our station SUV to a Catholic girls' school that won a contest for a private concert. Super fans had figured out where the tour bus was parked, and I was mobbed when trying to go pick them up.
That's great.
That's a pretty good one. I like this one. It's local. So Alex23 says, my family and I took an Uber to Game 4 against the Phillies. Our Uber driver was deaf, but I typed, get us there fast. During the drive, he topped out at over 100 miles an hour, honking and flipping people off. A 45-minute Uber turned into 30 minutes or less. I gave him a 5-star review, and Alec Thomas killed the Phillies' hopes that night.
Wow.
It's a good one. The last one I'll read, and then we'll go to break and keep them coming. But Ryan Gard says, let's say I know a guy who rented a pickup truck and was going 75 miles an hour down 40th Street by Indian School after 1 a.m. He hit a speed bump and was flying. He went through a wooden fence and landed in some dude's backyard like Marty McFly, hitting the barn. That same guy threw it in reverse and went home.
Let's say I know a guy.
Yeah, let's say I know a guy.
There are some good ones if you want to read them at the break, but those are my 3 favorites. But keep them coming. You know where to find us at Bickley_Murata on Twitter and Bickley and Murata on everywhere else.
All right, that's social studies every day at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, could tomorrow mark the beginning of the NBA offseason? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Thinking
about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers by making just one phone call? That's what you get when you call me, Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or I will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, I deliver. Call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air. Hi, everyone. I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey. That's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will Kevin Durant be traded in the next 24 hours? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I have a lot of trust in our medical staff. I have a lot of trust in our organization to make the right decision. I think there's been many situations through the course of my career where they've trusted me on my body. And you're here more than anybody. You know, I'm questionable from time to time throughout the course of the season. And they trust me to make the right decision on my body when the power is in my hands. And, you know, I'm going to try my best to do that. But, I mean, you understand, I want to be out there and, you know, that's the plan.
Tyrese Halliburton of the Indiana Pacers, status up in the air, game time decision. You get the feeling, I kind of feel similarly.
Yeah.
He's going to give it a go. Just seems like that type of dude. Could change early on. And I wonder what the contingency plan is for that scenario. If Tyrese Halliburton does opt to go in Game 6 tonight, doesn't have it, then how adept is Indiana on adjusting on the fly?
I have a hard time believing that Indiana can beat Oklahoma City without Tyrese Halliburton, and it's just because I don't know how they're going to generate offense against that Thunder defense without Tyrese Halliburton in attack mode, which is sort of what makes them go. TJ McConnell, it's been noted, I think Tim McMahon said TJ McConnell is the equivalent of a third down back in the NFL who is great in a pinch and great in small doses, but not equipped to give you 25 carries in a game. It's not a bad analogy.
Might be, but he might only have to give you 25 carries in a game once.
Well, there is that.
But it is interesting to note, too, and the statistics bear this out, that Tyrese Halliburton, when he's on the floor, the Pacers are much better. They are minus 20 in this series in the non-Halliburton minutes, and they could be faced with a lot of non-Halliburton minutes tonight. Regardless, the Thunder have to feel good about things. They've kind of asserted themselves. The Pacers have experienced back-to-back losses for the first time since March. So this thing could be over tonight. We could have a team hoisting a trophy tonight, and that would mean the beginning of the offseason tomorrow, which would be just when we're only 6 days away from the draft at this point. We've already had the huge Lakers news on the ownership shift, selling for $10 billion to Mark Walter of the Guggenheim Group and TWG Capital.
Yeah.
We've got the Kevin Durant thing out there. We still have the Giannis possibilities, and there seems to be some movement there because Giannis is still hush-hush on whether or not he wants to stay in Milwaukee.
Right.
And now there seems to be a leaning into the reporting, like these teams that were kicking the tires on Durant, San Antonio Spurs among them, might be more interested in making a deal to blow away the Milwaukee Bucks to get Giannis out of Milwaukee.
To get Giannis, yeah. Listen, that has always been a thing we've talked about as a potential impediment for a Kevin Durant trade, and that would be what Giannis eventually decides. I'm surprised that there hasn't been movement on that end. You would have thought that if he really were to leave, it would have been something that would have happened at the very start of all of this. But who knows? As it relates, one last point about tonight's game, I think there's a real clear benchmark that the Pacers are going to have to hit. When they score at least 110 points in these playoffs, they're 14-0. Wow. And when they don't, they're 0-7.
What number did you say?
110.
All right, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm. What are you thinking, Sammy?
Do you think that's not bared out in the last two games? They scored 111. I'm sorry. They scored 104 in Game 4, lost that game. 109 in the last game. The two wins in this 111 and 116.
Yeah. So, but you're absolutely
Sammy's
right.
all over it.
Well, I just got to go crunch some other numbers
Yeah,
to see.
I bet you do.
And look at some things.
So clearly, if the Pacers are going to pull this off with the marginalized Tyrese Halliburton, Pascal Siakam is going to have a monster game. Nembhard is going to have to give them something offensively. He has been so hit and miss. And they're going to have to kind of make their threes and ride the role players play best at home mantra.
Yeah. And you got to really hope OKC kind of does that, like lulls out, is like 5 of 21 from 3.
Mm-hmm.
Shea looks like a human. Jalen Williams isn't turning into the top 15 player that he showed us last game. And a lot of things have to go right for the Pacers, and it starts with Tyrese Halliburton being on the floor, I'd say.
But this is also, as much as you talk about the home court advantage, this is the Oklahoma City Thunder's first attempt at a championship. This is the first game in which they can win a championship, and you know the dangers of going to a Game 7. Scott Foster! There's all sorts of things that can happen in a Game 7 that if you're the Oklahoma City Thunder, what I'm trying to say is I don't think you're going to catch an Oklahoma City team tonight that is either like, oh, we're good, we got another game to play with, so we're not really. I think they're going to be on it.
Yeah, Mark Dagnall knows exactly what's at stake for a Game 7, even if it is at home. Like, we've seen, although Game 7s haven't been great, we've seen crazier things happen. Like, he will have that team ready to roll in Indy tonight to take care of business.
If it does go to Game 7, the officiating crew that a lot of people will be blaming for it going to Game 7, crew chief Zach Zarba, I think he's the best official in the game. Tony Brothers, David Guthrie, Tyler Ford's the alternate. So the possibility is there for Scott Foster Game 7.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Could you imagine that? My goodness.
That's a good crew tonight.
The extender working at Game 7. That's not the way it works. What is the series going to go 8?
Overtime.
It's been a while since there's been a Game 7 in an NBA Finals, too. It's been 2016, I think, was the last time.
That was the Cavs Warriors was the last one.
All-time great.
Wow.
But it always goes to Game 7. That's what the public will tell you. They just they maximize these series because it's all about money.
And because it's all rigged, and you know that.
Also, if it does end tonight, NBA offseason, we have the luxury of being able to talk about like Durant, where's he going to go, the draft. What are people in Charlotte talking about, like on their sports shows, or you know what I mean?
Oof. NASCAR.
Oof.
Like, man, they don't have a baseball team. They got the Hornets. It's the offseason.
The Panthers.
Yeah, we've got a nice luxury of.
I know what it sounds like in Charlotte.
Yes.
Coming up next on The Fan in Charlotte. I don't even know. I think it's WFNZ is the station there.
Mm-hmm.
What does Bryce Young need to do to take it to the next level this year for the Panthers?
Right.
Can LaMelo Ball take the leap for the Hornets? Man.
You bring up Charlotte, the city I always think of, because if I did not live in Phoenix, Arizona, the city that I would most want to live in, just from a climate and quality of life standpoint, is San Diego. I've always loved San Diego as a city.
Who doesn't? Yeah.
And then I picture myself doing sports talk radio in San Diego.
Man.
And how bleak that must be.
I think about that too. I love San Diego, and it's like if I were to live there, do like this, they only have the Padres.
Yeah.
Really. They have the soccer teams that are kind of going like this, but if the Padres suck, man, is that tough.
Yeah. And once upon a time, they had 3 teams there.
I know. Yeah.
And the Aztecs.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly right. But you
Count
know
your
what?
blessings, Bick.
But if you're living in San Diego, you ain't tripping. You're good.
And let's face it, you're probably not listening to Sports Talk.
No, no, you're swimming with the seals in La Jolla.
They got a lot of Padre fans there, though, right now.
Yeah, there was a lot of Padre fans who made the trek over last weekend here.
Yeah, right.
Don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded yet? Do so now. You'll get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, news, and more. Coming up next, it's Thursday. We'll roll out an edition of Mock My World that'll make you say, wow. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
There's a 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Stala strikes out. That's your ball game. Blue Jays, they just dominate the Diamondbacks by a final score of 8-1.
Can the D-backs salvage the series? Catch the finale live from Toronto at 11:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Southwest Gas helps support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you that whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our communities and our homes with a safe and reliable natural gas service. In fact, more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is so much more than an essential ingredient in the home. It supports economic development and community growth as well. Southwest Gas is at the forefront of all of it. Southwest Gas Holdings, recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as America's best midsize, one of America's best midsize companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Choose an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. Southwest Gas. You can discover more about these recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence by visiting swgas.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. and it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindow.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was an unideal night for the Diamondbacks in Toronto. They lost 8-1. Relievers Taylor Scott and Kevin Ginkel gave up 6 runs in the loss, and the Diamondbacks will send out Ryan Nelson to the mound today to avoid a sweep. First pitch will be at 12:07, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 3 straight. They beat the Connecticut Sun 83-75 last night in a very balanced attack. And with just 1 week until the NBA draft, Kevin Durant is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. For more on Durant and who the Suns might be drafting in a week's time, head to arizonasports.com. And Game 6 of the NBA Finals will be in Indiana tonight. The Thunder will look to win their first NBA title, and the Pacers will desperately attempt to force a Game 7 with star guard Tyrese Halliburton being a game-time decision tonight. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. It's a simple one, where right now, what team will Kevin Durant be on by this time next week? Is it the Suns, Rockets, Spurs, T-Wolves, or other? So as the draft is about to get underway.
Yeah, who do you want to vote, Vinny?
I think it's going to be the Suns.
Really?
At this time next week. Now that could change after the draft.
Okay.
But yeah. I can't get a firm grasp on where this is going. There's just this flood, this tidal wave of news every day that's not really news, so I'll just take the default.
All right, yes. Suns have 38% of the vote. The Rockets, 27%, quite interestingly. Other with 13%. 13% also going to the T-Wolves, and the Spurs at 10% of the vote.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it, you just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Mock My World is back on this Thursday. Our defending champion is not even here. He is on a beach somewhere, south of the border, after buying 8 different sets of plane tickets. Jared Carlin last week. A dominant performance in Mock My World. He is the king of the dad joke. He's apparently king of the dad saying. 55.7% of the vote for Jarrett's team.
I don't get that. I thought my team was extremely strong.
It was good. You had Jarrett had, when I was your age, I'm just resting my eyes, close the door, the AC is on, and were you raised in a barn? 55.7. You were second. Don't tell your mom. Don't make me stop this car. I'll give you something to cry about. And
too bad, so sad you're a dad.
Yeah, too bad, so sad you're a dad. I had 8.7% of the vote, and that wasn't even last place.
Wow.
Sammy, 8%. We knew we were going personal. We knew we were going low vote totals. So this week, we're just going in reverse order. The lovely Bailey is going to pinch hit for Jarrett in Mock My World today. So we're just going to go in reverse order of last week's results.
All right.
In the topic of all-time Arizona best wow moment athletes.
Yep.
The athletes that made you say, maybe not the best, but that
Or the
made
greatest.
you say wow because
Right.
of individual moments repeated.
Exactly.
So, Sammy, you will have the first pick. I'll go second. Bick, you'll be third. Bailey will have the fourth pick, and it's a 4-round snake-style draft. Sammy, where are you going with the first pick?
Yeah, the first pick, it honestly feels like this is the only answer. It's got to be Larry Fitzgerald.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah,
He's the number
definitely
one
had a
pick.
lot of wow catches.
Yes, he did. Like, how did he catch that with one hand?
Right.
I'm going to go with a guy who did it for 2 different teams in town. I'm going to go with Jake Plummer.
Oh,
Nice.
Jake the Snake.
Yeah.
All right, my pick, I'm going to go very, 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 very recently. My guy, Cam Scattaboo.
Oh, it's a great pick.
Oh, man. I didn't
You're going to get
think
the
of that.
recency bias vote. How many times did you say wow last year just during the playoff run? Great pick.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Bailey, you got 2.
I'm going to go probably just one moment in particular, but I'm going to go Jalen Strong, the Jail Mary.
Oh.
It's a good one.
And then I will go, say, Alec Thomas.
Oh, nice.
A lot of good catches. Had the big home run against the Phillies. All right. Alec Thomas is off the board. Most best Arizona wow moment athletes.
Wow moment athletes. All right, give me, I've got to go with the big unit here, Randy Johnson.
Nice
Yeah,
pick.
you took mine. Can't believe Randy Johnson was still there.
Yeah, how about it?
All right. I'm going to go. This is a tough one. I'm going to go. I think still one of the most underrated single seasons a college football player's ever had, where I said wow about 100 times a game. Terrell Suggs.
That's a good one.
Dude had 24 sacks
That's
in one college
insane.
football season.
All right, I got 2 here.
Yeah.
Man, the guy that made me love the game of basketball, wizard with the ball, has to be Steve Nash.
Yeah.
Has to be Steve Nash.
And it was, for me, Steve Nash is a great pick because there were so many playoff moments and big shots that he'd always nail. He was so great in the clutch.
And not just that, but the spectacular passes that basically nobody else on the planet could see or make.
Right. My next one, it's tough because it was short-lived, kind of. I want David Johnson.
Ooh, I forgot completely about him.
It was definitely the 2016 season was full of wow.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
And then it became wow. What happened to David Johnson?
Wow, we got a second rounder for
Wow,
David
what
Johnson.
happened to David Johnson?
Oh, wow, he's such a good guy.
Yeah, wow.
But yeah, prime David Johnson. You don't have to put prime, but David Johnson was one of my favorite Cardinals ever to watch.
Got it.
All right, I'm going to the hardwood. Amari Stoudemire.
See, now you stole mine.
I was going to pick him.
Turnabout is fair play.
Yeah, I know. All right. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go recently too. I'm gonna go Corbin Carroll.
Nice.
And we had that discussion about the current condition of Phoenix sports. What's more exciting than watching him run the bases right now?
Mm-hmm.
Because of the effort and the actual just flat out speed.
Yeah.
All right, Corbin Carroll is off the board.
I'm gonna go. This is probably a polarizing pick, but it's still one of the greatest ending of a game I've seen. I'm gonna go DeAndre Ayton, purely just from the alley oop.
That's a terrible pick, Bailey. Yeah, you said it was polarizing.
Yeah. But and then my 4th pick, I'll go Gonzo. Just the walk off, kind of obvious.
He did have a 57 home run season too.
He did.
Yeah. I was gonna go back to DeAndre Ayton. Wow. How did he not make that layup?
Wow, he's shooting the 3?
All right, Bick, you got your last pick.
Okay, my last pick, I think I'm going to go with Kevin Johnson back in the day.
That is such a good pick.
Particularly his dunk over Hakeem, one of the greatest dunks ever.
How about he had a dunk over Hot Rod Williams.
Oh,
too,
yeah. Yeah.
Where he ended up riding his back.
That's
Do you
right.
remember,
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Second Kevin Johnson reference today. The first one came from Mad Dog Russo, but you're.
That's right.
I'm gonna go with Newsy Lalonde. Oh wait, he never played in Phoenix. I'm gonna go off the beaten path a little bit. We've had him on the show 100 times. Heck, he might have even hosted this show with us. I'm going E House.
Oh, Eddie House.
Eddie House.
Great pick.
Yeah.
Man.
That's a really good one.
All right.
Last pick for you, Sammy.
I know, I'm conflicted. I'm going to go with a Diamondback since I don't have one. I was at the Archie Bradley. Gotta be. the triple, and not only that, but when he came into games, the beard and all, just
yeah, that's a good pick.
He's a
And
wow
you know
guy.
what? Since Jarrett's not here, we'll do the joke. Wow, he pooped his pants.
Right.
I had a couple. I had Derek Jones Jr. on my list.
Yeah, listen, there were some great Suns dunkers.
Yeah.
Like Larry Nance.
Gerald Green.
Gerald Green was on my list.
Tom Chambers.
Yep.
I had Honey Badger on my list.
Yeah. that's a
Connie
great one.
Hawkins.
Connie Hawkins.
I think we all failed. Patrick Peterson's rookie season.
Yeah.
4 punt returns. for
Yeah, we
touchdowns.
failed.
Thought
I had
about
him
that
on my
too.
list as well. I had Torrey Craig, and then I had Ryan Roberts was another one.
Oh,
That's a good one.
that's a good one.
Tapman.
I had Bol on my list.
So did I. So did I.
Right? Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't go Richard Jefferson or an Arizona basketball player.
See, well, it's because I grew up an ASU guy,
Oh.
and so it's not that I didn't respect or didn't even like RJ. If I would have gone U of A, I would have gone Williams. What's his first name?
Derek Williams.
Derek Williams.
He was spectacular.
He was
that
the
season.
most wow U of A guy.
So you've said this a couple times. You grew up an ASU guy. You went to U of A. Do you have hatred for ASU now?
Yeah.
Traitor.
I mean, it's not
Remember where you're from, Sabolka.
the dirty tease where it all happened.
Best wow moment athletes. Sammy's got Larry Fitzgerald, Steve Nash, David Johnson, Archie Bradley. I went with Jake Plummer, Terrell Suggs, Amari Stoudemire, and Eddie House. Bick's got Cam Scattaboo, Randy Johnson, Corbin Carroll, and Kevin Johnson. It's a good team.
Thank you.
Bailey's got Jalen Strong, Alec Thomas, DeAndre Ayton, Luis Gonzalez. That is how it shook out in the draft. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner at Bickley_Murata. It's Mock My World every Thursday. Coming up, some final thoughts here on this Thursday. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The appealing part of it to me is the idea that you're going to trade him for 3 pieces. And let's say you get Jabari Smith and a first-round pick and Jalen Green, and then maybe you turn around and trade Jalen Green for 2 things or whatever. That's the appealing part of trading away Kevin Durant to me, is maybe you get 3 or 4 or 5 pieces that you can have as parts of your team for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Yes. And if you're talking about Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle, that seems to fit the idea that this is going to be a reload as opposed to a rebuild.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz, and there's an assumption in the electronics industry that prices have to be lower at the big box stores, and that's because people walk into those stores, you'll see a television at a very low price and think, wow, I have to shop here. What they don't know is that those televisions are hot garbage that will rob you of quality and experience and disappoint you in the end. This is one of many reasons why you shop at Waltz TV and Appliance. They're going to give you expertise and extremely knowledgeable staff. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They'll give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. If you want to go really big, you can check that out in their theater room. And guess what? You're not going to pay a premium for all that experience and for all that expertise, because Waltz offers unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz and they will match it. They'll also give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional, which comes in handy if you're like me and can't even get a remote control to work properly. Finally, when you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Great incentives to shop at Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing.
We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, from Van Halen's 1984 album, my favorite track off that legendary album. An album that had a lot of people going, why is the greatest guitar player in the world playing keyboards? Answer, because he wanted to. And because he was Eddie Van Halen. I'll Wait from Van Halen's 1984.
That had a lot of people asking, and I know space and capacity was an issue in 1984, but why is this not longer?
Yeah, it's a very, very condensed album. It was only like 33 minutes.
Yeah.
Not very long at all.
And CDs came along, and you get like to 70 plus minutes.
Mm-hmm.
There's always capacity. Now you could write a 6-hour album now if you wanted to.
It's true.
This is a good tune.
It's great.
And the theme of waiting, because we're still just waiting.
The phrasing of the guitar solo in this song is mind-blowing to me. But
I've always
just
thought
me.
that about that solo too, Rick. In my astute guitar playing mind. Told you this before. I mean, there's a lot in life that baffles me.
Mm-hmm.
The guitar just makes no sense to me. I love it. I always wanted to play.
Yeah.
Never took the initiative to actually learn how to play, but some people pick up an instrument and it just makes sense to them. Ooh.
Yeah, listen,
Bless those
I'm
people.
not that musician. There are people who are born with musical genius inside of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Billy Ray Cyrus, for instance.
No.
Van Halen, I'll Wait. Since we're waiting on the Kevin Durant trade, we might play the song every day until it happens. Or another waiting song every day until it happens. That's today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I wanted to go back to this because this came up yesterday and it bugged me all day. Was the 53-man roster that the staff at ESPN put together for their ultimate NFL team of the first quarter century. And the fact that Larry Fitzgerald was not named one of the 6 wide receivers, nor one of the 2 wide receivers on the practice squad.
Right.
It just, I couldn't. He was our number 1 pick in Mock My World, for goodness sakes. So one of our listeners, and Sammy threatened to do this. I don't know if you actually did, Sammy. Dan Byerly, I got to give him credit. He called out Seth Walder, who was one of the authors of this piece. Said, Julio Jones over Larry Fitzgerald is a crime. Seth Walder responded. Did you want to hear the rationale?
I'd love to.
No doubt there were some close calls and controversial choices. This one, to me, is not one of those. Jones had 4 seasons with more receiving yards than Fitzgerald's highest receiving yard season. Okay. Larry Fitzgerald had almost double the amount of touchdown catches. It wasn't based on the best 4 years of somebody's career. It was based on the longevity and what they put out in the first quarter century.
Yeah.
The numbers don't even compute.
It's really one of the most crazy unforced errors I've ever seen in polls like this.
They considered it, though. That was a conscious omission.
That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. If this were oh no, we just did Mock My World. Somebody pointed out, how did you forget K1? And I said, oh my goodness, how in the heck did I not have Kyler Murray on my brain for most wow moments? And so why? Because it was a brain fog. If that's what these people did, oh darn it, we forgot Larry Fitzgerald.
But they're standing on it.
They're leaning into it.
Yeah, and my point to Dan, we were going back and forth on this, to Dan Byerly, was Julio Jones also had 3 horrible seasons when he hit the wall face first at age 32.
Mm-hmm.
You know what Larry Fitzgerald did in his age 32 season? 109 catches, 1,215 yards, 9 touchdowns. Then at age 33, 107 catches. Then at age 34, 109 catches for almost 1,200 yards.
And just like
egregious is the word.
And just like the great Roy Green, who I had the pleasure of playing golf with the other day, Larry Fitzgerald had cobbled all that together with an array of mediocre quarterbacks. It's indefensible. And the fact that they're defending it is insane to me.
At least Jetstream had the prime of Neil Lomax's career.
And
Neil Lomax was really good.
And he had a little taste of Tim Rosenbaugh before his knee went bye-bye.
That's true. Tim Rosenbaugh had 1 good season.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah. That will never resonate with me.
No. No.
It didn't take long, but the Florida Panthers, they've already damaged the Stanley Cup.
Oh, have they really?
Yes. Stanley Cup a little banged up. The Florida Panthers took it to Elbow Room.
Of course they did.
A very old bar in the Tampa area in Fort Lauderdale. Did I say Tampa? I'm sorry. Fort Lauderdale.
It's in Broward County, yeah.
1938 is when the Elbow Room opened up. So they took a 131-year-old trophy to a bar that opened up in 1938. There was one Panthers fan who said he prepared for the moment of repeating for a full year. He had like camera goggles and a helmet with a glass shield over it, so he could stand underneath the balcony at Elbow Room and have a member of the Florida Panthers pour beer from it and film it. It was pretty awesome.
Wow. Wow.
That's probably a pretty good vid.
And they got to the bar at 7 a.m.
Yeah,
So it's an epic party.
No, I saw some scenes on it. Elbow Room is one of those places, every day is spring break at Elbow Room. It's just one of those places.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Swizzle, but on the ocean. Yeah.
Every day?
Yeah, every day. It's a legendary place there, and that's the epicenter of Panthers Nation.
I look forward to getting my Elbow Room T-shirt from my dive bar. T-shirt.
No
of the
W
month
in that now. It's just ELBO.
ELBO. Have you been there?
I don't think so,
No.
but I know of it.
Maybe that's what I'll do this summer with my vacation. I'll do a diners, drive-in, and dives, but just for the dives.
Just for dive bars. Go with Clue Haywood. He'd go with you on that trip.
I can't hang with Clue.
Nobody can.
I could do an afternoon with Clue. That's about it. That is going to do it for us on this Thursday. Game 6, NBA Finals tonight. We're both of the belief Tyrese Halliburton plays.
Thunder's going to win. I'd like to be wrong.
Yeah.
But I think the Thunder's going to take it tonight.
Well, then if they win, they can play next Friday. That's not when it is, but, you know.
You sound like Jarrett now.
Right.
That's true.
Thanks to Derek Hall for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out as well. We are back tomorrow morning, bright and early, 6 a.m. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And don't forget, early Diamondbacks baseball today in Toronto as they try to avoid the sweep here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America, just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Light up the summer with two great shows. August 13th, Grammy winner Kev Mo brings that smooth southern soul with special guest Sean Colvin. Then feel the fire with the fierce and fearless Samantha Fish September 13th. Two unforgettable nights, one legendary stage, the Celebrity Theater. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Feel the blues. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a less than ideal night at the ballpark for the Diamondbacks. They lost their second in a row to the Blue Jays yesterday, 8-1. Relievers Taylor Scott and Kevin Ginkel gave up a combined 6 runs in the loss. The Diamondbacks will send Ryan Nelson to the mound today to avoid a sweep. First pitch from Toronto will be at 12:07, so some afternoon baseball for you all, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury have now won 3 straight. They beat the Connecticut Sun 83-75 last night in a very balanced attack. With just 1 week until the NBA draft, Kevin Durant is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. For more on both Durant and who the Suns might be drafting in a week time, head to arizonasports.com. And Game 6 of the NBA Finals will be in Indy tonight. The Thunder will look to close it out and win their first NBA title in franchise history, and the Pacers will desperately attempt to force a Game 7 with star Tyrese Halliburton being a game-time decision. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Thursday morning. It's a short show. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. We got D-backs and Blue Jays coming up early here, 11:30 pregame. So, Wolf, unfortunately for you, short show.
Yeah, you know what, Basinonians, I wanted a full 4 hours. I wanted to go with KD and nothing but KD. KD, where's he going to be traded? When's he going to be traded? To whom is he going to be traded to?
Well, I have good news for you then, because Aaron said you're actually allowed to record an additional 2.5 hours of nothing but Wolf on KD Trade Talk.
We'll do a podcast.
Okay, that's good. We're going to start with the Diamondbacks today, Wolf, and a lopsided loss yesterday to the Blue Jays. It was never really much of a game, so not great. not what you're looking for as far as a bounce back. This team does tend to bounce back after rough performances or, big negative injury news. But with a blown save like that, like we saw on Tuesday night, it tends to take more than just one game. And we have a stat for you in just a second. But your thoughts on yesterday?
Yeah, Luke, honestly, right now, this game really fired me up. It really did. This was a bad loss to me. It was a bad loss because it wasn't competitive. It did not feel competitive.
No, it didn't.
And, we've seen the Diamondbacks be hyper-competitive from time to time. We've seen them come back from deficits and win games that just were mind-numbing. We have seen I want to say 5-6 games that have just been a handful of games where you counted them out, and yet they came back and actually put something together, a little bit of a rally, came back and won the game. And that was not on display. That was not on display yesterday, and it kind of bummed me out.
Yeah, I heard driving in, Vince brought this up. It's a good point. I mean, the Yankees have been shut out 3 straight games. So you're going to have bad games like this over the course of 162 games. It's just the timing. And so I was talking to you before the show today. You, and we all thought you were the smartest person in the world for doing this, were gone the week they played Pittsburgh and Washington.
Well, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, it sure looked like it that week because you left on that Friday and they proceeded to get swept by the Cardinals, lost 2 of 3 to the Pirates, had their worst start ever against the Nationals in a game, and ended up. So I mean, you looked like a genius when you left. But the reason that last night's game made me think of that stretch was they had that game on May 27th to the Pirates where Corbin Burns was pitching. They were up 6-0, ended up losing 9-6. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the next day was an afternoon game at Chase Field. They lost 10-1. Totally uncompetitive game. Like, yes, it was Paul Skeens, but you don't have to give up 10 runs because you're facing Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
So that's what yesterday felt like to me. We've seen this team bounce back a ton, but there have been moments where they have had a rough 9th inning, and the next day they just look flat. So,
yeah,
I have a stat that backs this up.
Oh, man. Do we have the stat chat? Can we bring this down, the stat chat? Check this out.
Wolf and Luke bring you Stat Chat.
Stat Chat.
Now,
gather on the transistor and press the ear because you're going to want to hear this one.
So, Aaron Maloney brought this to our attention. Alex Weiner, our own Alex Weiner, who covers the D-backs.
Alex!
He's the one that did the research on this, okay?
Yes.
But if it feels like you've seen games like yesterday before from the Diamondbacks, we go out there the night before, hey, we're up in the 9th inning, blown save, loss.
Yeah.
And then the next day they're just totally flat.
Okay, so wait a minute. Blown save, loss.
Yes.
The night before, and then the next day, flat.
Yeah.
Okay,
so if it feels like that, well, there's a reason it feels like that. Okay?
Why?
Here's the stat. They have 14 blown saves this season, okay?
Yes.
One of the games they actually had 2 blown saves in the same game, which is great. That's really what
only
we're
the
aspiring
Athletics
to.
have more blown saves.
Yes. So for the purposes of this stat, one of those 14 games they had 2 blown saves in the same game, and then 2 of those blown saves they actually did still win the game. Okay.
Okay.
So we're looking at 11 of those blown saves.
11 blown saves.
Okay.
Yes.
The next game, I should say, they're 3-8. Following a game where they have a blown save loss.
So let's see, something really demoralizing,
Mm-hmm.
a blown save, and you lose the game. The next day, you're telling me they're 3-8.
Yes. So in their blown save losses this season, their next game, they're 3-8. And here's the run totals from the Diamondbacks offense in those games, okay?
Okay.
Again, this is all from Alex Weiner. I didn't do this, obviously.
Alex.
2, 4, 2, 6, 2, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1.
Oh my goodness!
So basically,
it's not good.
if you want to simplify this stat, when the Diamondbacks blow a save and lose the game, the offense just doesn't show up the next day. They average 2.4 runs per game in those 11 games after a blown save loss.
2.4 runs per game
for a team that's one of the highest scoring teams in all of baseball. If they blow a save and lose, they just don't score the next
and that's
day.
that's not 2.4. That's not counting just the losses. That's the wins as well, right? 2.4 is what they
that's
average.
True. That does count the 3 wins.
The next day. Think about that.
Yeah.
So when there's a blown save opportunity, the next day they're scoring 2.4 runs.
For a team that averages 5.01 runs per game this season, behind only the Dodgers, Cubs, and Yankees, the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
In those 11 games after a blown save loss, their offense just is non-existent, basically. And it wasn't yesterday either. It was totally non-existent yesterday.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me, Basinonians, because for years and years, I've said the most demoralizing thing in the game of baseball has got to be your bullpen melting down late. It's got to be. It's got to you go into the last 3 frames, you're winning the game, and then your bullpen goes out there for whatever reason, and it melts down. I can only imagine a blown save, and what that is like, and how many how many blown saves the Diamondbacks have had this year. 14 of them. You and I have been talking about this. At what point in time is that demoralizing? In the game of football, just watching your opponent run you over. I talk about it all the time, but you have to. It's demoralizing. And I'm wondering how much of this is going on inside the clubhouse right now. And this has been something I've been talking about the last couple of weeks, and the leadership that they need inside the clubhouse for stats just like this.
Their stretch to begin the month of June, where they were 9-3, the 3 losses all coming to Cincinnati. That stretch where it was like, okay, here they're going now, right? They're back below 500 now. Wolf, they lost a game to the Padres on Sunday, which, whatever, fine. You lose a game to the Padres, it was lopsided, but whatever, 8-2, okay, you lose. You still won the series, but then, I mean, it's not rocket science. You can't throw away wins, and they threw away a win on Tuesday night in a game they played pretty well for basically the entire 8.5 innings until the bottom of the 9th. And we have seen this team be resilient overall this season and bounce back from a lot of stuff that isn't their fault. Yeah. Bounce back from some really catastrophic injuries. But, I mean, the stats show it right there. And I'm guessing a lot of Diamondbacks fans watching yesterday kind of had that, like, deja vu type feeling. They bounce back, but they don't tend to bounce back the day after a blown save loss. So now, all eyes on today's game, because you don't want this stuff to linger for more than a game.
Yeah, and it was, it was all or nothing. Once again, it just kind of feels that way. The Diamondbacks lineup yesterday was nothing. I don't know what it is with this group. Eric Lauer as well is a spot starter for Toronto, making his 4th start for the Blue Jays.
That's the thing. That's not Paul Skeens.
Okay, you're right. He controlled the Diamondbacks lineup. 8 strikeouts after 5 scoreless innings. 8 strikeouts after 5. The D-backs only had 6 hits in the game. 4 of them were off Lauer. They scored 1 run off him. Anemic is the only word that comes to mind when I think of what they were able to do against Lauer yesterday. Just drives me nuts. There's got to be more consistency with this team. One game, you're going to have bad games. There's no doubt about that. But we've already been able to tie some games together. That stat that you brought up, it ties games together. They're not going to have. Typically, they're not going to win games after they blow a save. The day before, the next game, they're not going to win games.
Yeah, and it does logically make sense, but the fastest cure to this is not, hey, score more runs the day after you blow a save and lose. The fastest cure is just stop blowing the saves, obviously. But there has been a trend there. You always say this, Wolf. What is it? 1's a point, 2's a trend, 3's a pattern.
That's right.
What's 11? Because that feels like more than just a pattern.
Well, there were 3 and 8, which is 11.
All right,
well,
there. Yeah.
3.
Hey, app users, update your Arizona Sports app. Wolf, I'm talking to you with the app users comment. Update your Arizona Sports app now for the latest upgrades to your streaming videos, podcasts, and news experience. When we come back, what if the Phoenix Suns dealt Kevin Durant to a team we haven't even really considered? We're going to throw a few of those teams and potential trade scenarios at you next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
There's a 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Stallings strikes out. That's your ball game. Blue Jays, they just dominate the Diamondbacks by a final score of 8-1.
Can the D-backs salvage the series? Catch the finale live from Toronto at 11:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves a smile that they are proud of. Dr. Joe, I love Dr. Joe. He's led Aria Dental Implant Center over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've been telling you about the All-on-4 for a long time now. It really is a game changer. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. That's right. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, Basinonians. You get the smile you deserve and the care, of course, that you can trust. And by the way, if you happen to go over there, tell them I sent you. ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's where you want to go. ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up, or when you store. Start with Stable.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Arizona sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
This is such a weird phenomenon now, Wolf, because we're early in the offseason, really.
Yeah.
But with the draft coming up next week and the expectation that the Suns are going to trade Kevin Durant this week, it feels like we're deep into this. Like, it feels like, man, it's Thursday. Like, what a saga this has been. It's June 19th. I mean, they don't have to trade him until they don't ever have to trade him.
Please don't say that. We have a push point coming up here.
We do. I agree with you on that.
We have a push point. It's the NBA draft. It is a push point. What do you think? General managers out there, they're going to just blow right by the NBA draft without making a deal? I hope not. I hope this is not the case.
Wolf,
honestly.
This is Wolf's way of saying he'll be off next Thursday if there's not a trade by next Wednesday.
Why couldn't I have lost my voice next week at some point in time? Travel amongst the Amish and suddenly lose your voice.
Command and Control, is this the first time you've ever heard a host ask to lose his voice because he's so fed up with the story?
Yeah, it's just, my goodness.
No.
Kevin Durant
really?
And trading Kevin Durant and the possibilities that are out there right now, the speculation. I understand speculation is so important in our business. It's every day for how long now? Honestly.
That's what I'm saying. It feels like it's been like 2 years. It's been only really a couple weeks, really. I mean, well, but where it's been like this specific feeling of like it's going to happen. It could happen any minute, and it could. It could happen before the end of the segment. He could get traded. I mean, it is supposed to happen this week.
Yes.
We're going to play a game here. First of all, I want to know, Rick, did you say there are other hosts that ask to lose their voice on the air, or is this just Wolf?
No, I meant to say no. I've never heard it before.
Yeah, okay, good.
Right, so that's what I meant to say.
All right.
All right.
Nice clarification.
Wolf, I'm going to throw this at you, okay? There's 4 teams here. So they did this on First Things First yesterday. They looked at what trades would look like to 4 teams that aren't on all these lists. Not Miami, not Houston, not San Antonio, not the Knicks, not the T-Wolves. Okay?
Who are the 4 teams?
So I'm gonna throw the 4 teams at you. You're gonna pick which one you want, and then I'll fire off what the trade would sound like. Okay.
Okay. A little game here.
Yeah. Okay. So you can have the Magic, the Nuggets, the Clippers, or the Sixers.
Give me the Nuggets.
Okay, I thought you were going to ask for a team that wasn't on there and just break the game. All right.
Give me the Nuggets.
So here's what a trade could look like with the Denver Nuggets, according to First Things First yesterday.
Denver gets KD. The Suns get Michael Porter Jr. in his huge contract. Peyton Watson, Strother, Hunter Tyson, and a 2031 first-round pick. Durant in Denver.
If I'm Phoenix, I'm trying to get more, but I like this. Of all the picks, the trades we've seen so far, this is the best one. At least I get an MPJ. Peyton Watson's valuable. Strother's got some talent. Like, that's better than the other 2.
All right, we haven't played the other ones yet.
Michael Porter Jr.
I didn't school you. We'd be playing that a lot.
I don't know about that, man.
Your initial reaction to that one, Wolf, because I don't love it.
I don't love it, but I don't hate it either.
Watson and Strother. I mean, yeah, there's some value there. Michael Porter Jr. I mean, it feels like he misses a ton of games too, doesn't he? I feel like he's almost.
Does he? I know he misses games,
a lot better than he is.
Yeah.
I guess he has played more the last 2 years than I really thought. He missed 73 games in 2022, but last year he only missed 5 games, and the year before he only missed 1. Wow, so he has been playing a lot more.
Okay. Michael Porter Jr.
Feels like he's always questionable. The year before, though, he missed 20 games. Like I said, the year before he missed 73. So he is an injury risk, I guess, and a guy that is on a max deal, if I remember right. So that doesn't really help you money-wise.
Yeah.
All right, that was the Denver one.
Yeah.
I'm going to mark that one. I'm
that
going to
was
say
the
no.
Denver one. I just kind of feel like that's trying to reload once again.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, there's
Doesn't it feel that way?
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to reload, I got to get multiple players that are combined better than Kevin Durant.
Yes.
All right. You want the Magic, the Clippers, or the Sixers?
Give me the Sixers,
please. This one I know. This one I know.
Oh,
okay,
no.
here we go.
Kevin Durant to Philadelphia. Feels like this was talked about years ago. Now the Suns getting Paul George and 3 future firsts. Like it?
Well, I do want. He didn't make it clear. I mean, Philly has the third pick of this year's draft. So that is whether it's Ace Bailey or Edgecombe or whomever, that's a highly valuable asset. You would be including stuff just to get them to take Paul George's contract, which is underwater. But they also, I think Ishbia doesn't care if the contract's underwater. Like, hey, that guy could be. And Paul George, the Paul George that the Sixers thought they were signing would fit well next to Devin Booker.
These people know that Devin Booker and Paul George don't like each other, right?
Yeah, I don't think so, honestly.
I thought that was pretty public.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty public as well. I don't know why they – I don't like that. I do like the 3 future first-round picks.
I do. I am intrigued by that. I mean, I wonder if there's a way – if you traded for Paul George, if you could then flip him for something else. I mean, he is a good player.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Didn't
think of that.
And I think that was Nick Wright that brought this up. He said, like, can we get some clarification if that's the number 3 overall pick in this year's draft? Because nobody's trading the number 1 pick in this year's draft. It's Cooper Flagg. San Antonio doesn't sound like it's trading the number 2 pick in this year's draft, and it's Dylan Harper. Like, typically when you know who the player is going to be before the draft even happens, you're not getting that pick. But when you get past the first 2 picks, Wolf, there are players that people like at 3, but there's not a clear cut at 3. So I do wonder if that would be something you could really push for if you were the Suns.
Yeah, I love the idea of moving Paul George again, acquiring him and then moving him for something. I do like that. So this feels like a rebuild. The other one, a reload, the Denver.
Yeah.
This feels like a rebuild, and I kind of like that.
If you could move Paul George, I don't know if there's some weird new rule, like some other apron, the third apron or the chef's apron, or I don't know. But if you could give me 3 first-round picks and one of them was the number 3 pick in the draft on Wednesday coming up.
Yeah.
All right, now we're talking. We got time for one more. Do you want the Clippers or the Magic?
Clippers.
Durant to the Clippers. The Suns getting Norman Powell, who Norman Powell can play.
People were crying a river that he didn't get that all-star.
Bogdanovich, which
Bogdanovich is good.
Contractually, he has to be traded every 2 years. Drew Eubanks, the 30th pick, and 2031 first-round pick.
Another one I don't hate for Phoenix.
I don't like that one as much. I like Norman Powell.
I love Norman Powell.
Yeah.
I do. I like Norman Powell. Bogdanovich, not so much.
You have to be linked to a Bogdanovich every year if you're the Suns.
Yeah, can you move Bogdanovich? Could you pull one of your Paul George moves?
The second you get Bogdanovich, he'll be linked to other teams.
I do like getting some draft capital once again. Norman Powell, I do like him a lot.
I don't love the draft capital there though. That's the 30th pick. True. Okay, cool. And then you do get another first rounder, Wolf, in 6 years.
Yeah.
So that'll really help us out.
Yeah.
Also, Norman Powell is 32.
Yeah.
It's another one of these.
Really 30?
Yeah, that's
he was
crazy.
30.
I thought he was 28.
32.
You do get Drew Eubanks back, though. We know he can take a punch from Isaiah Stewart.
That's true.
So maybe it's worth it just for that.
Yeah.
I didn't love any of those.
Square the jaw, Drew.
Literally. You know what? We have time to play the Magic one.
Okay,
Wolfie,
good.
for whatever
Let's
reason,
do it.
kept blocking out the Magic one, but here it is. Bear in mind, the Magic just traded everything they own for Desmond Bane, so I don't even know what they can offer.
First one, the Magic get Kevin Durant. The Suns get Jonathan Isaac, Anthony Black, Chet Howard, 25th overall pick. That's like
Full report on Goga Batazzi.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In any event, bro, what are you doing? You're making memes out here. What are you doing?
If that's the trade, sign a brother up. I mean, really?
What was the trade? I missed it.
All I heard is Jonathan Isaac, and Jonathan Isaac, he misses so many games, but when he does play, he is an incredible defensive player.
Yeah, that's great. We don't need any more when he does play.
But he's so good on defense.
It's
He's so
when
good.
He does play. That's great. I understand this. How many guys I've saw base earnings who were ballers? How many guys that were so talented, they were so good offensively, of course, defensively, great football players. Just one problem. Not available.
Yeah, this team already has.
He played 71 games this past year. Maybe he's turning a corner in his health.
Man. For Kevin Durant, though, I don't know. I like some of those other
I
ones
like
better.
the energy and defense, though.
I love the energy and defense. Again, listen, that's the type of human being you want to bring in here, but is he going to be available where he can show the energy and the defense?
I maintain, though, we're all on board that you want the energy and defense guys. I maintain
I do.
That you can draft them. You could draft one next Wednesday with the 29th pick if you draft well. They basically did that with Ryan Dunn. And I maintain that those are guys you could add in free agency once you have some actual roster flexibility. I'm not trading Kevin Durant for guys I can get elsewhere.
What's really interesting too, there are a lot of guys that I'm talking to in regard to the NBA who are talking about this new idea of taking a team like the Indiana Pacers, where you don't have a ton of talent. You don't have a ton of talent, but what you have is a bunch of great defenders, guys that are athletes, guys who run the floor. Would you say they run with the tempo and up tempo? They get a lot of points off the break. It's what they do. That's who they are.
Yeah.
Play defense, score off of your defense. That's interesting.
But the one thing, in addition to that, the Pacers have done really well. Traded for Pascal Siakam, traded for Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
You do have to have a couple guys like that.
There's no doubt.
That aren't elite, but
no
that
doubt.
can lead the way.
But again, I'm talking generally overall. It's who they are. It's how they win.
Copycat league. All right, when we come back, Gabby Moreno is on the injured list. So how big of a loss is that? And how concerned do we now have to be about Corbin Carroll's hand? It's that's all next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You don't want to move yourself. Don't call me if you got a pickup truck and you want me to come over and help you move. Listen, you've got to do it yourself. Let the professionals, hire the professionals, and let them do your move. Local moves, long distance, commercial, residential. Moving Team 6, they've got you covered. They do. They have packing services as well. If you don't think that's a big deal, walk into your closet. Can you imagine Moving Team 6 coming in and just packing your closet, packing your kitchen as well? Well, Moving Team 6, this is what they do. They're honest, they're trustworthy, and experienced. Why do I know that? How do I know that about a corporation? Well, it's owned by the Lee family. Tim Lee, of course, is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. Started the company all the way back in 2012. It's a family-run business. That's why I know that this is a company that is honest, trustworthy, and experienced. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive. Message and data rates may apply.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some bad news for the Diamondbacks. They have placed catcher Gabriel Moreno on the 10-day injured list with a right hand contusion. In a corresponding move, they have selected the contract of catcher Aramis Garcia from AAA Reno. The Snakes try to avoid the sweep today at the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch is at 12:07, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, as well as the Arizona Sports app. And Game 6 of the NBA Finals is tonight between the Thunder and Pacers. Tip-off is at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com, proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. When will this Kevin Durant sweepstakes come to an end? Are we entering the final stretch? We'll discuss when the trade could be done on Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Well,
if I'm in the YouTube chat, not a lot of people wanting Michael Porter Jr., although Robert did point out he might have been the first pick in the 2018 draft if his back was right. And it is crazy to think about that because the 2018 draft is obviously the DA draft, but it's also the Luka draft and the SGA draft and the Trae Young draft. Like, just an insanely good draft. Man. And yet I remember people saying at the time, if Michael Porter Jr. was right.
Michael Porter Jr.
He had best
Rick,
player in the draft upside.
Do we have the whole thing, the whole Michael Porter Jr. thing? Do we have
Might be time
the whole?
for a Wolf
I'm
remix.
just saying right now, the summer is here, basically, and we might want to actually fire that thing up at some point in time. We don't have to do it now. We have a short show.
We don't, but I can try to find it.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe
Go
Wolf
ahead
needs
and
to
try
get in the
find
studio.
that.
We have one
Mac
that
Wilson,
says
drop 18 bars.
I did. I dropped some bars on that.
We have one that says Michael Porter Jr. times Trace McSorley. It's 11 seconds.
No, that's
that
not it.
sounds like something that should never be opened again, is what that sounds like.
Okay.
But also, next segment, we're definitely opening that.
Okay.
Let's do it next segment, though.
Okay,
We gotta
we'll
get
Okay, this is great.
the-
Surprise!
The injury news, and we haven't heard that. I'm sure we have, but Trace McSorley.
Yeah.
This is where you come for all your Trace McSorley talk in 2025.
That's great, man.
Gabby Moreno is on the injured list. The roster moves the D-backs made today. They called up Aramis Garcia from Reno, and they placed Gabby Moreno on the 10-day injured list with a right-hand contusion retroactive to June 16th.
Yes. Is Ryan Thompson on the injury report today? Is he on the? Did you see him get drilled?
Yeah, no, seriously. He is not on the injured list. I'm sure he doesn't feel great today.
Yeah, okay.
Corbin Carroll also is not on the injured list. Don't get me wrong, but he looked like he didn't feel great. Is this the play-by-play of the hit-by pitch right here? I'm just going to play this and see what happens.
The 1-2 now. Inside, and that hits Carroll on the hand. Oh, man, right on the wrist. The last thing the D-backs needed. And now here comes the trainer and the manager. And Carroll holding that wrist. He is about halfway down the line before being intercepted by Max Esposito.
That sounded horrible.
Yeah, did you hear it, Basin on
Yeah.
this? Did you hear? Did you hear Corbin?
Oh, I didn't
squeal?
hear Corbin. I just heard the sound.
Oh, guys, you
I'll
got to
play
rip
it again. Play it again?
You
Okay.
got to rip that, guys.
It sounded, the sound was like, hopefully he's wearing a microphone on his wrist because you could hear it hit as loud as you could.
Listen to the squeal after the sound of hitting the wrist.
I don't want to, but I'm going to.
The 1-2 now. Inside, and that hits Carroll on the hand. Oh, man, right on the wrist. The last thing the D-backs needed.
Did you hear it?
And now here comes the trainer and the manager. And Carroll holding that wrist.
Yeah, I heard it that time.
Yeah, he got nailed on that thing. I am shocked that Torrey left him in the game. Frankly, I am.
Yeah.
I don't ever question Torrey. You know that.
That's true. You
This
are
guy
the last
knows
to
what
do
he's
it.
doing. I do not question Torrey Lovello in some of his moves, even though you really did pitch. Why'd you pitch to Guerrero? I'm just saying. In
I
the
got
sixth
audio on
inning,
that, too, if you
I don't
want.
understand that one. You got first base open. This guy is owning you. Okay, so I don't question Torrey.
I was freaking out when he pulled Erod after the bases were loaded. What was that, the fifth inning? It was the fifth inning, and Erod got the first two outs without giving up a run, and then they pulled him. I was like, wait a minute, like he's locking in here, and they got out of it anyway. But still,
Erod was trying to talk his way. He didn't want to come out of that game either. He wanted one more out, man.
No,
he wanted to get that 5 innings pitched. He wanted to get it, but man, Corbin Carroll. I was shocked that they left him in the game. It was 8-1. It was in the 8th inning. Are you kidding me? Get him out of the game. Get ice on that thing. You could, just the way he squealed after it, it hit him square up. Not only that, okay, you had the trainer come out and look at him. He's okay. He's fine. Hey, that's great. But still, you can't tell me that thing wasn't swelling.
The sound it made when it hit him is, you shouldn't be able to hear it that well on TV. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The actual hit too. But that's the long way of saying X-rays came back negative on Corbin Carroll. So he is good.
Yeah, but he also came out of the game later as well.
He did.
And he should have come out of the game to me right there. You want to throw the ice on that thing. Wrap it and throw the ice bag on that immediately. Thank goodness there was no structural damage. Thank goodness the X-ray was clean.
What if he was just standing out in the outfield next inning with an ice pack on his wrist, just kind of hanging out?
Man, I was shocked.
Here's Torey Lovello explaining the Corbin Carroll injury.
Yeah, he's being evaluated right now. So left-handed contusion is what I can tell you. He got X-rayed. The X-rays were negative, so that's very positive news. So he's in there talking it over with the trainer. So that's all I can give you at this point in time.
I think that's everybody. Everybody on the team has been injured or close to injured now.
Yeah.
That's you know.
Boy, that was
what a
great news,
season
though, honestly. That was great when you think about it. You want clarity. We're all looking for clarity as we near the trade deadline. Clarity. Mike Hazen, do you think Mike Hazen is looking for clarity? Clarity with this team and where they're going to be, buyers or sellers. He's looking for clarity as well. Man, suddenly you get Corbin Carroll if he goes down and he misses a extended period of time.
More than like a game.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I can, because everybody else is hurt.
For the most part, that would.
You know what I find myself wondering?
Brutal.
Wolf, because we talked to Mike Hazen yesterday, and he's mentioned this before, but we asked him about it again yesterday, and he brought it up. It's like, yeah, it's still. It's mid-June. It's tough to trade for a really good reliever right now because
Well, it is mid-June.
I mean, I knew I was walking right into it,
is.
but it is mid-June. It's tough to trade for a really good reliever right now because there's just not that many teams that believe they're out of it yet. And the teams that do believe they're out of it are like Colorado and the White Sox, who don't have a lot of good relievers. So it's tough to trade for one. But I wonder if it wasn't tough to trade for one, like if they were available right now, if the Diamondbacks would be making a move for one. Because that is investing in a team that is under 500 right now.
I think they would.
I think they would too.
I think they would. I think they'd be doing something right now. But the problem is, again, you don't want injuries. And the reason why you don't want injuries is because of that clarity. You want guys to play, okay, if we're relatively healthy, how are we playing? That's what you want. You want clarity going into the deadline. And right now, having Gabby go down, that's not good. I mean, I love Hosey, love him, but at the same time, Gabby going down is bad. Corbin Carroll, let's hope he's not going to miss any games either.
Hopefully Gabby's just back in basically a week. That's when he could come off.
Yeah, because they aren't calling up Adrian Del Castillo, who's raking right now in Reno.
Rick is raging on the.
I really don't understand. I don't understand why it's a Ramos Garcia and not Adrian Del Castillo. They need offense from that position.
Save this rage for later in the show. When the temperature, Rick in our ear says go to break, and then he starts raging on the Adrian Del Castillo lack of a call-up.
Rage.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. When we come back, which team will lead the NFC West in brutality next season? Wolf, you open to a conversation about that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns Corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you just found your dream home and then moved in right away? You didn't wait around. You just moved in. Yeah, I get it. You have to sell your old place, but you just move into the dream home first. Sell the old place. You just sell it later. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now and you sell the old one later. So here's how it works, because it really is the best, least stressful way to do it. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra complications. Then the Orchard experts, they'll take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home. They'll make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done with the upgrades, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your old home. That's a huge part of this. Do that with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation and get a sense of what you have. That's Orchard.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or Hellsberg.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what you're doing, Rick, back there with the dead air. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you. When it comes to your wealth management plan, they know one size does not fit all, Basinonians. Contact Trajan Wealth today and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence right now. As a veteran, Trajan Wealth CEO Jeff Jr. fully appreciates the importance of true independence. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals. 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Should we worry about the Suns' Kevin Durant trade pursuit a week out from the draft? Diamondbacks have a really bad night in Toronto, but at least Corbin Carroll's X-ray is negative. And D-backs placed Gabby Moreno on the 10-day IL. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
I would have bet you anything when I saw the ball hit Corbin Carroll's left hand that there was a fracture. I would have guaranteed that. I really thought he was done for a while.
Sounded horrible. And I'm not going to play it again because it sounds horrible every time we play it, although at least good news that the X-rays came back negative.
The X-rays were negative, Basinonians. Wow!
You know why the X-rays came back negative, though?
Why?
Because he's the predator.
Oh, yeah,
and it takes more than a baseball off the wrist to take out the predator.
Corbin Carroll's going to hit 42 home runs this year. That's what he's on pace for right now. Okay.
All right, well, if we're going to go to football, take a little break from the basketball and the baseball.
Wait, do you want my update?
Yeah, we have an update. Rick is less rageful.
Yeah, I'm less rageful. Okay. Jody Jackson texted me. She said that that Adrian Del Castillo, he's only catching every few days right now because of his he's still getting back from his shoulder injury. So therefore, Aramis Garcia makes a lot more sense at this point because they would just have another DH right now, and they don't really need that. So, so there you go. No more rage for me.
It's remarkable how quickly Rick's rage dissipated. It took like 2 seconds.
I'm still raging because I'm just mad about all these injuries and everything, but I'm not as rageful about this current situation.
Well, I appreciate the update because Gray Mantle, among a couple others in the YouTube chat, was asking about
Gray
Del
Mantle.
Castillo. I mean, you called him up last year, and he just went off.
Love that dude. I don't even know who it is, but Gray Mantle.
This is George Kittle on the Rich Eisen show.
George Kittle, here we go.
I know you're a big George Kittle guy.
Physicality, anyone? You want to go? Well, let's go. George, let's walk in there and let's waylay somebody.
He was asked about Robert Saleh returning to the Niners.
Oh, okay.
And obviously a defensive coordinator role, but this is what George Kittle said.
That might be like the underlying headline for the Niners is that Saleh's back in the building. It is, he's really good at his job, and I'm really excited that we somehow convinced him to be our defensive coordinator again because he knows what he's talking about. He's inspiring. He gets the boys fired up, and he just happens to also be he's really, really smart. So I'm pumped to have him back in the building, just hanging out with him a little bit, talking about stuff. You can just tell he's ready to roll this year, and he's going to get the boys fired up.
All gas, no brakes, right? That's what he does. Yeah. You know?
That it is. Yep.
Him.
Violence is coming is what I would say.
Okay. That sounds very Game of Thrones-ish.
What? Did he say the violence is coming right now?
He said violence is coming.
Yeah, you know, it's again, it's one of the reasons why I love Nick Rawlis as well. He is the guy that loves all of that. And again, we're talking about in between the white lines, Basinonians. I always have to clarify that and talk about it. I have to say that. Outside those white lines, you love people. You respect them and you treat them better than yourself. But man, you find individuals who step inside those white lines and it's all or nothing. It is, I'm going to drive you into the ground and we're all going to love it. And we're all going to laugh about it after when we watch it on tape. Or you know what? Nothing.
All or nothing.
I'm going to give you it all. This is the type of player that Robert Saleh has really excelled with over the years in terms of coaching.
Yeah, the Jets, look, maybe he wasn't their answer at head coach. That was such a clouded mess because of Aaron Rodgers as well. You talked about this a lot last year, Wolf. The players, especially on the defensive side of the Jets, being upset that Robert Saleh was let go. And the way he was let go mid-season, whatever. That's the Jets' problem, except now it's the Cardinals and the Rams and the Seahawks' problem because he's in this division as a defensive coordinator on a team that doesn't need extra help on defense, the 49ers.
You know, I find it interesting that Jonathan Gannon has been talking about, hey, you know what, friction. Have you heard him talking about this? We've got the cut. I know that we do. Him talking about friction. There's going to be more friction in training camp. It's going to be more physical. Why? Why this doubling down on it now suddenly? Because I believe JG is looking at the landscape of the NFC West with Robert Saleh as well, coming back to be defensive coordinator for the 49ers, and amongst other things, like the Rams and how tough their defense is going to be. You know what, right now, if you're going to play in the NFC West, you're going to ball out, and you're going to be tough and physical. And if you're not, get out of the locker room.
There are divisions you can look at around the league, and some of this we won't know, obviously, till the season starts, truly. But, you can look at the AFC West, and doesn't that feel like a quarterback-heavy division? You got Mahomes, you got Herbert. Bo Nix looked really good as a rookie.
Yeah.
But you look at the NFC West, it would not be a fun division to be a quarterback in because you just said the Niners defense is always good to great, and they add Robert Saleh, and they've added pieces on defense too, like actual players. Cardinals defense, you know how I feel about the Cardinals defense. I really believe in the defense. And the Rams defense, they already rebuilt theirs really quickly.
Yes.
So, and that's not even accounting for Seattle. I can't get a read on the Seahawks, but that's three brutal defenses you're going to have to face. So I ask you, Wolf, And I want it noted that I'm the one that put this in the pre-show email, not you.
Okay.
Who leads this division in brutality?
Brutality. Wow. Wow, you're asking the question. Who leads this division in brutality?
It seems like it's a brutality race right now.
It's not going... That's why I love the NFC West. Yeah, baby. Who is going to lead? Okay, is it pure brutality? Or is it brutality that results in wins?
Brutality. Let's go. Based on that voice, I think it's just pure brutality.
Who's going to be the toughest team?
Yeah, I'm not asking you to predict who's
West?
going to win the division. I'm just asking you who's going to be the toughest, most like the team you don't want to play. The team that the next week you lose because you played that team the week before.
Yeah, with the upgrades of the Arizona Cardinals, I'm telling you right now, they're going to be right there based on names. They're going to be right there in that conversation. Who's going to be the toughest NFC West team? Without batting an eyeball, I could look at Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson. I can look at these guys, Josh Sweat, and I can Darius Robinson in his second season, L.J. Collier. I can look at these guys right now and without batting an eyeball, say the Arizona Cardinals are going to compete for brutality and who is going to be the most brutal team in the NFC West because of what they've done with their box, the front seven. Huge changes to the front seven.
Did any of us pick Darius Robinson for most broken face masks yesterday? Because I want to change my pick to Darius Robinson.
Darius Robinson, I saw him the other day. I had a word with him, and this guy is locked in.
He feels like he's going to be a wrecking ball this year.
Wrecking ball is something that I would agree with. That's a good term to use for him, a wrecking ball. No, but every time I think of wrecking ball, I think of I came in like a wrecking ball, right? Whatever that was, drives me nuts.
This is the moment.
I don't even know who that was based on it.
Miley Cyrus.
Oh, it's Miley Cyrus. It was just so sit down and be quiet.
What's worse, Wolf? That song or her dad's song, Achy Breaky Heart?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, Achy Breaky Heart.
This is all fascinating.
Goodness. I can't even believe you brought that up, Rick.
Somebody, Jamal or Rick or whoever, isolate that cut of Wolf singing I came in like a wrecking ball. Because we might need it.
Okay.
At some point.
Don't do that.
People can also rewind it on YouTube. Did you actually, if you didn't see it, Wolf reached up like he was on the chain of the wrecking ball.
I remember she was on the wrecking ball. She was holding the chain or something like that.
Well, you've really ruined my analogy for Darius Robinson.
Was. What were we talking about?
It's true. She did say she came in like a wrecking ball, but she never said her name. She just came in like a wrecking ball.
Right.
Well, I was talking about how I feel like Darius Robinson's going to be a wrecking ball on the line this year, but now I need a new term.
Yeah, he is going to be Walter Nolan. By the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. Isn't that right, Walter? Walter Nolan, what can you do, buddy? What can you do for this team? What will Brutal do for you? That's what I want to know. My expectation level is danger zone. It is. And listen, going into the Suns season, I had an expectation that was really high. Going into the Diamondbacks season, I had an expectation that was really high. It's nice to actually have an expectation that is high.
Yes, it would be nice for those expectations to be met.
I just would love it if somebody would pay it off. One of these teams just pay it off one time.
That would be cool.
The expectation, please pay it off.
Well, it feels like lately when we have teams really excel, there weren't expectations, right? I mean, there was some expectations for the Diamondbacks in 2023, but it wasn't, hey, they're going to the World Series.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of optimism with the Suns the year they went to the NBA Finals, but it was just, hey, are they going to finally make the playoffs? And even last year with ASU, I think there were some of us that thought they could be above 500, but not that they would be in the college football playoff.
Boy, you know what? Honestly, right now, ASU.
Talk about expectations.
There's some expectations there. Doesn't it feel good, brothers?
Doesn't
it feel good, Kenny?
My vote for leading the NFC West in brutality is either the Cardinals or the Niners. And the reason I say that is not just the defense, but the Cardinals have James Conner on offense. And the Niners have some guys on offense that can be brutal on that offensive line, too.
When it comes to brutality, without batting an eye, I'll say the Cardinals.
When we come back, all the focus has been on a Kevin Durant trade, but could maybe some other key Suns get traded this offseason. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
But came in like a wrecking ball.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
All right, Basin Onions, I did come in like a wrecking ball. Listen, Rod Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. That's right. Go to allproshade.com, Basin Onions. The Valley's heating up. Valley, it's a basin, of course. And if you're tired of battling the Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. The rolled-out patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal, baby. They came out to the Wolfley compound and they advised us on our shading needs, what they were and what the options were, and we love it, Basin Onions. Right now, this is something that I love about All Pro Shade Concepts. All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. That's right. You can actually do this right now. Text SHOES to 620-620. You want to support our troops? Text SHOES, the word SHOES, to 620-620. And then All Pro Shade Concepts, of course, will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member when you go ahead and purchase every shade or awning through All Pro Shade Concepts. They will do that. Text SHOES to 620-620.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering
suffering from some form of gum disease. They have periodontal disease. Patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some bad news for the Diamondbacks. They have placed catcher Gabriel Moreno on the 10-day injured list with a right hand contusion. And a corresponding move, they have selected the contract of catcher Aramis Garcia from AAA Reno. The Snakes try to avoid the sweep today at the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch is at 12:07 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Game 6 of the NBA Finals is tonight between the Thunder and Pacers. Tip-off is at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks avoid being swept and angering the Valley even more? We'll discuss tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Rick, do you hate us? Rick, would you say you hate everybody in Phoenix because you realize they can hear this if they turn their radio on?
Yeah, what's wrong with this?
Oh, boy.
By the way, was this Billy Ray Cyrus?
Yeah, Billy Ray.
Billy Ray Cyrus. This is driving me crazy, man. Dude, cut your hair, bro. Bro. I mean, dude, he did. He had the mullet, right? He had the
icon. I think he had the most famous mullet.
Most famous mullet of all time. Dude, just cut your hair. If you want to grow it long, grow it long. There's nothing wrong with that, brothers. Grow it long.
Just don't
let it hang, bro.
Just don't have the Billy Ray Cyrus mullet.
Just don't have the mullet, man. And then he used to do, remember the high knees thing he used to do?
Like Russell
it was?
Wilson?
No.
Oh.
Wasn't
Russell Wilson the guy who did the high knees on the airplane?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
he did.
No, okay. But Achy Breaky Heart, one of the worst songs in the history of country radio.
Yes.
My dad had to cover a Billy Ray Cyrus concert in the 90s, and he said it was terrible.
I thought you were going to say he had to cover that song in his band.
No.
That would be amazing, because then we need the audio of
and
that.
And then I remember when he came out in the flannel back then, too, trying to, cross over between, grunge and...
Not a whole lot of grunge and Achy Breaky
music,
Heart.
yeah.
I can't remember any Nirvana songs that revolved around Achy Breaky Hearts.
Achy Breaky Heart, yeah.
But none of this all just...
Well, at least he didn't come in like a wrecking ball.
I was going to say, this all just led to the Miley Cyrus song, and then, in case you missed it 5 minutes ago, Wolf making this. Rick, do you have it? Can you play it again?
No, we don't need this.
I think we need just one more time on a short day on a Thursday. Most productive day of the week. And if you didn't see the video, you should have been watching on YouTube Live, too.
It saved odd in the folder,
Well,
so
okay,
we'll have to find it again.
Okay, that's fine.
There.
But we will have it, though, right?
Yes, we will have it.
Even if we
yes.
can't play it today, you got me worried there.
Audio file.
Wolf, I've been frantically trying to come up with ways for the Suns to rebuild their roster. Okay.
Frantically.
That would actually be like, get people fired up, not just like, hey, we got rid of Kevin Durant. Like, cool. Who do we have? You and I were talking during a couple breaks ago, right? Okay, you have Ryan Dunn. Now, I understand this is a lot of leaps of faith here, but what if the Knicks don't get Mikal Bridges re-signed here this summer? Maybe go get him next summer, okay?
Oh, I think that, honestly, would be almost a guarantee.
Okay, so there's that.
I would be shocked, Basinonians, right now, if Devin Booker hadn't already relayed, hey, we're going to – I'm just telling you right now, if they want me to stay here,
you're coming back.
You're coming here.
So keep an eye on the Knicks this summer, because if they can't get an extension done with Mikal Bridges and – partially that would be because they're paying a lot of other players. So keep an eye on the Knicks. If they don't get that extension done, that is a real possibility next summer. Like now it's not a joke anymore. It's a real possibility. Okay, so you're going to tell me I could have Devin Booker, Ryan Dunn, Mikal Bridges. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
I don't think it's possible to pry Lou Dort away from the Thunder, but you never know. They're not going to be able to keep everybody in like a year.
Lou Gads.
Okay? So maybe could you get him? Or honestly, even if not, Wolf, if you make that trade with Houston where you come out of it with a couple picks and Jabari Smith and maybe Jalen Green, who you could flip for maybe a defensive player or two.
Man.
There's at least, like, I don't think that scenario I'm laying out there is completely unrealistic. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Obviously, that's a lot of ifs and that's, and here we go. And, in the middle of it, you do have to get something good for Kevin Durant. But, what if you just did that? What if you made the trade with Houston and you kept Ryan Dunn? You don't have to attach him to a Beal trade. Somehow you get Beal to take a buyout. And you are able to get Mikal next summer. And so then all of a sudden you have a team that's Devin Booker, Mikal Bridges, Ryan Dunn, and Jabari Smith, and some other, draft picks and pieces. Draft somebody with the 29th pick this year that could play defense.
Right. Right. With you, it just seems like I don't want to say that's pie in the sky. I don't want to say that because I liked your idea. I did. I just wonder how. You encouraged
me to believe in it. And
I just.
Shooting me down.
I just want to.
You're like,
I want to ask
doable.
how realistic is that? Well, I mean, what do you think the odds are you can actually orchestrate all of those moving pieces and actually bring them all together at some point in time? I don't know, Luke.
It becomes pie in the sky when I throw Dort in there. I get that. So take that part out of it. But the make a trade with Houston and sign Mikal Bridges next summer.
Yeah.
I don't think that's impossible.
Or you just have 3 first-round picks where you could just look at, okay, who's long, who's whippy, who's athletic. We don't have to worry about him and what kind of great basketball player he's going to be. We're going to go ahead. We're going to line him up. We're going to let him play defense because he can play defense, and he's an excellent defensive player. And then we're just going to go fast. We're going to play fast. Our tempo is going to be, you want to talk about 7 seconds or less? How about 5 seconds or less? How about can you see that?
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
I don't know. Emphasize the defensive end of the floor, which I love. I do. But I understand you need guys who can score the basketball as well. You need those guys, especially at the end of games. Isn't that right, Houston Rockets?
I got to throw this at you real quick. ESPN had a story up, and it was focused on Giannis. It's not focused on the Suns, but it was like 8 different ways. 8 different ways they could either build around Giannis or move him, whatever. Like they called it 8 trades that would shake up the league. Okay, and they have the Suns involved in one of them, and this is not about Kevin Durant. Okay, they have the Suns from Milwaukee getting Pat Connaughton and Damian Lillard. Obviously, Dame's hurt.
He wouldn't be back till.
I don't even know if he's going to be back this upcoming season.
Exactly.
But it's what Milwaukee gets that would actually help the Suns. You give Milwaukee a 2025 first-round pick, which is number 29 on Wednesday coming up, so you have to do this pretty quickly. Royce O'Neal, who I think we all like, but
love Royce.
I think everybody's on, potentially available at this point, and Bradley Beal. This is their proposed trade. You get rid of Beal. You get rid of that contract, which gives you the freedom to do things like I'm talking about, where you can go out and sign some defensive guys or maybe sign a scorer or, be ready to sign somebody next offseason that is a big deal like Mikal Bridges. You got to get rid of Beal. As much as we talk about Durant, you have to get rid of Beal.
You know what's interesting about this? You wonder if Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns right now is all of their time spent on the KD trade. There's got to be somebody else that is spearheading the Bradley Beal conversation somewhere, wherever that may be.
Yeah.
But I wonder, I guess he could multitask, right? Brian Gregory's got a phone, and I would imagine he could do 2 different things.
I hope he has a phone. If he doesn't have a phone, that was a bad hire.
But it just seems like, man, the KD thing would be overwhelming. I do wonder. Yeah. I do wonder how many phone calls. How long is Brian Gregory on the phone a day right now? I do wonder.
Well, and then you have to if you're calling Houston constantly, you also have to give it a break a little bit, right? For them to wonder why you're not calling. Yeah. It's like you can't call the next day. You got to wait a couple days. You got to start
drumming up other stories that are out there like, at AKD, would you look at the T-Wolves again? Why don't you go ahead and look at the T-Wolves?
Maybe.
It'd be pretty cool up there, you and Ant-Man. Of course. Why are you doing that?
That sounds like you're trying to trade
him
to the
Bulls. If nothing else, maybe you're just trying to create some leverage for yourself.
Yeah. Maybe during those breaks when you're not calling the Rockets, you should be looking at moving Beal because it's just all so tied together. They have to move one of them.
Yeah.
Realistically, I think at this point they're trying to move both of them. I know there was that story earlier in the week. If they could have just moved Beal, they might have rebuilt around KD and
Have
Booker.
we called Nico Harrison?
Oh, I thought you meant on the show. I don't think Nico Harrison's phone works anymore.
I'm just saying he might give something up.
Nico Harrison has the thing on his phone where his ringer's never on, except if Rob Pelinka's calling, then that call then it actually rings. Don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded yet? Do so now, and you'll get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, and news. When we come back, can Ryan Nelson get the D-backs back on track this afternoon? We'll get you ready for D-backs Blue Jays with D-backs on deck. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Arizona heat is here, and it's only going to get hotter. Oh, boy. Here we go, brothers. If you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now is the time to act. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they're building fast, man. That's what they do, which means you can still be swimming this summer. Yeah, before the summer is over, Presidential Pools and Spas, they can get that pool in your backyard. Don't wait till you're sweating through another scorcher. Turn up the cool in your backyard. You got to go to presidentialpools.com, Basinonians. Right now, free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance, free landscape lighting packages with path lights and uplights as well while supplies last. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com. Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, sweet-topped lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh. This? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible! And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are in full swing. What's the hot deal this June?
Hey, Dave, we're bringing the heat with unbeatable offers. All month long, save $12,500 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT.
Every driver scores this June with summer savings that deliver. So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Blue Jays coming up here very shortly, actually. First pitch is 12:07, so 49 minutes from now from Toronto. And Diamondbacks need a win here. Can't take the sweep at the hands of the Blue Jays to start this road trip. D-backs 36-37. Toronto's playing good baseball. I mean, they're 40-33. Wolf, let's get to the pitching matchup. It is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Ryan Nelson is on the mound for the Diamondbacks, 3-2, a 4.14 ERA against Kevin Gossman, 5-5 with a 4.08 ERA for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, Ryan Nelson, this is big. Coming into this season, we were all wondering, where would he be? He's not going to be in the rotation. How are they going to find innings for Ryan Nelson? Okay, long relief, that's what he's going to do coming out of the pen, spot start from time to time. Will he be in the rotation coming into this season? There are a lot of question marks around Ryan Nelson right now. He needs to go out and pitch like he is capable of as well. And we have seen him do that in some starts as of late. But having said that, he's got to do a much better job overall. Get back to what he was doing last year.
Yeah, and I may need to recycle this for keys to the game too, but this is something I don't know that we've talked about enough with Ryan Nelson. And it's not on him, right? I mean, because he was a starter at times last year, and then he was a reliever to start the season, but then he was a starter for a game, then he was a reliever again, they started a couple games. But you realize he hasn't gone more than 5 innings in any game this season except that Pirates game on May 26th. He went 6 2/3. So, I mean, he's a starter now, and they're going to need more than 5 innings from him. And I know a lot of that is you got to be careful with the pitch count. I get that.
Yes.
And that's got to be the priority. I understand that, too, with the injuries they've had. But, when he pitches right now, you're still counting on 4 or 5 or sometimes even 6 innings from your bullpen. And ultimately, you got to get past that where Ryan Nelson is an option to give you 6 innings. So hopefully he can do that today. Obviously, this Blue Jays lineup is not exactly an easy one to work against. Let's get you the injury report. It is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Corbin Carroll, we played the cut earlier, left yesterday's game after being hit by a pitch in the 8th inning, but x-rays did come back negative. And here's Torey Lovello after the game on that.
Yeah, he's being evaluated right now. So left-hand contusion is what I can tell you. He got x-rayed. The x-rays were negative, so that's very positive news. So he's in there talking it over with the trainers, so that's all I can give you at this point in time.
Man, I would be absolutely shocked. I would if he was going to play today. We have no information whatsoever. Isn't that right, Rick? Jamal, no information, command and control.
I'm pulling up the lineup
in regard to whether or not he is going to play. I would be shocked if he was going to play today based on the squeal that he let out. Once again, the squeal.
Corbin Carroll is not in the lineup today.
There you go.
It's Perdomo, Marte, Pavin Smith, Josh Naylor, A.U. Henio Suarez, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Randall Grichuk, Alec Thomas, and Jose Herrera. So Randall Grichuk's sliding in right field for Corbin.
Okay, so here's what I think it's going to be. It's going to be Corbin Carroll with his left hand stuck in an ice bucket, sitting in the dugout. Thank goodness there was no structural damage, basically. Are you kidding me? Thank goodness. Because that squeal he let out after he got hit on the hand, man, I was like, oh, Oh, no.
I didn't even notice
I
it.
thought for sure he broke it.
Till I remember the sound of the ball hitting him. But I didn't even notice the sound he made until you made us replay it a couple times.
Oh my goodness! On the television broadcast, it was loud.
Yeah, you can't miss it once you hear it. Good news though with Corbin Carroll. And yeah, he's not playing today. That makes sense. Day game after what happened yesterday. I don't know if he'd be available to pinch hit. He's not on the injured list or anything like that. And they did say X-rays are negative, obviously. Gabby Moreno though is on the injured list now with a right hand contusion. So that is it's the 10-day injured list and it's retroactive to the 16th. So in theory, he could be back on the 26th. So that's a week from today, but keep an eye on that.
Yeah, you know what, Gabby, this is something I wonder just how often this is going to be the case with him and his career. Once again, based on it, I have great love and respect for Gabby Moreno. Oh, my goodness, the player that he is. I'm just wondering if he's going to be one of these guys as well that has a really hard time staying healthy.
Yeah. Hopefully not. It has been an issue early in his career. And then if you didn't hear Rick raging earlier, they called up Aramis Garcia.
That's fine. I get it. I understand now.
Reno catcher that is now he's now backing up Jose Herrera. AJ Puck also dealing with left elbow inflammation, of course, has been shut down from his throwing program. Let's get to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G protein bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
Okay, I would say don't go 1 of 12 with runners in scoring position. Don't even 3 and 12. You got to do better than that.
That's a key to life.
Don't go 3 and 12 with runners in scoring position. And if you want to score double-digit runs, have at it.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to score a good chunk of runs to beat the Blue Jays. The way they're playing and the way they're hitting right now. Bichette is hitting, and we've seen Bo Bichette hit like this in the past, but he's hitting everything. Addison Barger has come up from out of nowhere this year.
Addison Barger.
Yeah, just barging right in.
There's a right fielder to keep an eye on.
Yeah, so and without Corbin Carroll in the lineup, they're going to need production from somebody other than Josh Naylor to win this game. That's and they can get it, obviously. They average over 5 runs a game, but they need to get back to scoring some runs to beat this team. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Wolf, the Dodgers are in first place. Not a surprise right there. It is pretty bunched up right now with the Giants up there. But the Diamondbacks hanging around in the wild card race right now in the National League. Arizona at 36 and 37. That is 3 back of San Diego for the number 3 wild card spot. That's what we're paying attention to now.
Honestly thought the sub 500 was over. I thought.
Yeah.
I thought we were over that. I thought this team was only going to continue to build from this point forward. The whole 9-4 after 13 games. Now all of a sudden 9-5.
Yeah, it's making the stretch coming up after this series imperative that you win a lot of games. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got D-backs, Blue Jays next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength. But came in like a wrecking ball.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel
to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content.
From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Sonic Radio. CIO here. You're listening to the Not So Late Show. To celebrate half-price shakes after 5 p.m. at Sonic, we're coming to you live from Sonic Drive-In after dark-ish. Oh yeah, half-price shakes after 5 p.m. The Not So Late Show. No rules, just cool, deep voices and shakes. Strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and more.
You get it. Sonic hand mixed shakes are half price after 5 p.m. Live free, eat Sonic. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America. Fighting for you, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
2-2, that's hit well. Deep to right field. Back to back go the Diamondbacks.
Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, presented by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Avnet, your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Fry's. Hey, D-backs fans, score big game day meals at Fry's with savings beyond low prices, including digital coupons worth over $600 each week. Fry's, fresh for everyone. The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, D-backs BP Show.
The Snakes are looking to end a 3-game slide here this afternoon. Welcome to the D-backs BP Show as the Arizona Diamondbacks get ready to take on the Toronto Blue Jays in the series finale. My name is Steve Zinsmeister with our producer and engineer Leo Gilmartin, and our technical director is Kellen Shover. Back-to-back losses to the Jays, who beat the D-backs 8-1 yesterday. A thorough victory featuring an offensive surge from the top of the Blue Jays lineup. Bo Bichette, Addison Barger, and Vlad Guerrero Jr. combined 8 for 11 with 4 walks, 3 runs scored, 6 runs driven in. They caused trouble each and every time that they stepped up to the plate. Eric Lauer proved to be a formidable opponent on the mound, allowing just 1 run on 4 hits in 5 innings. The D-backs mustered just 6 hits, 1 walk, and only a single run in the 6th inning, thanks to Corbin Carroll's league-leading 9th triple of the year. The Blue Jays now have won 11 of their last 12 home games, outscoring their opponents in those games 90-39. So Toronto has already won this series, but the D-backs have a chance to salvage a game here right at the end. Ryan Nelson will be back on the rubber. He's 3-2 with a 4.14 ERA this season. Last week, he was sick in bed for several days leading up to his start, but decided to pitch anyway. Threw a gem against the Padres, allowing just 1 run that was unearned in 5 innings of work. He's pitched at Rogers Center once before, back in 2023, and that was a pretty good game for him as well. He gave up just 1 unearned run in 5 2/3 innings. We will see Kevin Gausman on the mound for the Blue Jays. He's 5-5 with a 4.08 ERA. He's faced the Diamondbacks 9 times in his career with a 6-1 record against them. And a quick update on a few individual injuries and how it's going to impact the roster and today's starting lineup as well. Corbin Carroll was hit on the hand by a pitch last night. He was removed from the game as a precaution. X-rays were negative, but he is not in the starting lineup for today's game as Randall Grichuk will start in right field. We'll take a look at the rest of the lineup here in a second. And Gabby Moreno is heading to the 10-day IL today with right-hand soreness. He was hit by a wild pitch during the last road trip in Cincinnati.